how we'd like to run today is we're going to go through all the divisions from 4 up to 1, and then we're going to concentrate on Premier Division. Ray Baird will be coming in to give us a summation of the game that he attended yesterday, Roval and Noble Park, plus we will get the coaches Neil Winston and Matt Adolph to join us as well, which will be wonderful, and all that before the game kicks off at 2:20 this afternoon. First game we're going to start off with in Division 4, and it was an upset win, I think, here for Croydon North Emlock, 13-11-89, defeating Kilsyth 9-15-69. Goal kickers for Emlock, 5 to Bendrips, 3 to Odermatt, and for Kilsyth, Lafair and Ivanovic, 2 apiece. Best players for Emlock, Bendrips, Lundberg, Curry, Chong, Odermatt and O'Donoghue, whilst for Kilsyth, Drossler, good to see him back in the lineup, Ayrton, Murray, Ivanovic, Cosham and Lafair. Well, I think in terms of the way that we looked at this game on the weekend, I think we were all rightfully deserving of picking Kilsyth. Croydon Emlock have been in this competition now for quite a while, and they actually hadn't beaten them at this stage, and we were wondering when that was happening. Well, lo and behold, Ryan, it happened yesterday.
Yeah, we've been talking about scalps and how important it is for Croydon North Emlock to tick a couple of those boxes, take some big wins, and that one was, exactly the type of win they needed. We saw them last week against Churnside Park, and we're probably a little bit disappointing. A lot of hype across the pre-season, Josh, about their performance this year and how they're going to improve. They've been able to pick up quite well. It's also the people they've got behind the scenes, the coaching staff. Everything's ticking along really nicely. So to be able to take a big scalp against what has been a finalist over the last couple of years is the right step forward. And we did mention this on the podcast as a potential upset brewing, because Kilsyth certainly didn't look at their best last week against Forest Hill.
No, they definitely didn't, and I know, speaking with a couple of people at the game, both sides had a couple of players missing Kilsyth. I think there was some that played reserves like last week, I remember seeing Sean Curry's name play in their dev team, so maybe he didn't play yesterday. He didn't play in the seniors. I don't know if he played in the reserves yesterday, but look, I think this just shows how far Croydon North have progressed. I know they got absolutely comfortably defeated in the end by Churnside Park, but it's always, even though it's a short trip around the corner to Kimberley Reserve for them, it's always tough to go out there and get the job done. And it was some of their key position players. Sam Curry had a good game in defence. Bendrups and Odermatt, I think that's the game that'll give them a lot of confidence, being able to finally click with one another in attack in only the second game, and kicking 8 goals between them, and 8 of the 13 goals for Croydon North Emlock. And that's what they're going to want each and every week, Croydon North Emlock, Brash, if they are to claim more scalps, get more home wins and potentially challenge for finals.
Yeah, I don't know what this is. I don't know how to look at this game. I don't know whether that's more about Kilsyth or where they are situated at this early stage of the season, or, look, Emlock had to win a game against them sooner or later, and obviously Kilsyth are probably not. Well, look, their side that they had on paper yesterday should have been able to have got the job done. So I'm not going to turn around and say that Croydon North Emlock didn't deserve their victory, because they did. Bendrips, got to say, 5 goals. They haven't had a leading goal kicker up there at Emlock for a while. He could be the answer for them this year, and obviously Oda's playing on that half-forward line. He's always good for a couple of goals a game. So, if they play all their cards right, they could be fighting off for that 4th spot come finals time. But there's still a lot of water to come under the bridge for that one.
2 in a row will be important for them. Back-to-back wins. They haven't done that too much over their history, so get a couple in a row. Start to build the momentum. You never know. Well,
they've got a tricky ask next game out at Springfield Park against the Whitehorse side, who I caught a half of their game yesterday, and I was pretty impressed with what they were able to put together out of Warrandyte Rec Reserve.
Well, speaking of Whitehorse Pioneers 16-2-98 defeated Warrandyte 12-14-86. Goal kickers for Whitehorse Pioneers, Horvat with 4, Thomas Young with 3, and a couple, 2 apiece to Sharp and Carroll. Was for Warrandyte, Josh Appleby with 4, and Alex Simpson, he got 2. Best players for Warrandyte Fellows, Hayton, Hodgson, Appleby, Carroll and Habjan, whilst for Pioneers, Taylor, Carroll, Virtue, Sim, Prout and Tom Kerr. Actually, I was quite impressed with that win by Whitehorse Pioneers, considering it was their first game of the season away from home. Warrandyte with the benefit of a run the week before, Josh, and whilst the margin doesn't look great, a 0-2 start for Warrandyte is probably not what they were thinking when the season started.
No, absolutely not. I feel watching the first half of this game, I mean, Warrandyte certainly had their chances. They kicked 6 goals 12 to halftime. It was they were a bit more direct going inside their forward 50 in the first half, but they were just missing shots from near miss. Well, easy options. Like I remember there were a couple where they were only kicking from a slight angle at in the forward pocket and were missing those shots. Whereas Whitehorse, I mean, their defence was shaky at times. It's a young defence, it looks like, and they were, sometimes chipping it around and turning it over to Warrandyte. And that was credit to Warrandyte, the pressure that they brought, which was similar to what they did last week against Bulleen Templestowe. But when the Pioneers just decided to go direct, go straight through the middle of Warrandyte Recreation Reserve, they were dangerous. They were getting it from defence to attack in 5 or 6 touches and kicking goals more often than not. So that's something I think Andrew Haining should be building on, that defensive transition, because Springfield Park, similar dimensions, except you've obviously got that one closed-in wing out there. You just got to go straight through the spine, got to be direct, especially with a young defence that they have. If they are to do that consistently throughout the season, I reckon they're going to be one of the top sides.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, though, Warrandyte over recent years, have become a perennial side that seems to have posted a lot of points, Ryan, instead of goals. Yeah. And in fact, it has actually cost them games.
It has, and it was probably a similar trend to Montrose. And Montrose, again, yesterday probably were inaccurate and left some goals on the table. But look, they'll learn from this. They're still learning as a new division. They hadn't played Bulleen Templestowe, obviously, before last week. Whitehorse, they hadn't played for a couple of years, and it's two very different sides. They are a very young side across the board.
Yeah.
I still think there's a lot of potential for Warrandyte. I'm not ready to say that they're not a contender this year. And obviously, when you have those amount of scoring shots, it does show you're in the mix, and you're in those games. And they were in the game last week as well against Bulleen Templestowe. But the thing with Division 4 is it is a lot more even now, Brash. So some of these wins, potentially, you can still get away with losing a lot of these 50-50 games and still sneak into a 3rd or 4th spot. Might be a bit more difficult this year, so they're going to have to start winning soon. Well,
the way I've seen it after the opening 2 rounds, I think positions 2 to 4 are right up for grabs, because I think Churnside 2013 133 gave Bulleen Templestowe a welcome to the EFNL, a proper welcome, 13-10-88. Thomas Davis, good performance by him. He kicked 6 for Bulleen Temple, along with Lockie Sticker. He kicked 3. Whilst for Churnside, Justin Ficcarelli, he got 6. Causey with 3 and 2 apiece to Camion and Thatcher. An emphatic, a pretty good win here by Churnside. And look, they've started off the season exactly the way that you wanted. They're now on top of the ladder. And I think that if all things being equal, if they hold their form, basically for the first 10 or 11 rounds, they're going to have top spots sewn up before round 13, I reckon. Yeah,
we had this chat off air during the week that this is Churnside's year, really. I mean, it's obviously very early on in the season, but I think the side is ready. We've seen it progressing over the last few years. They can follow the similar format, a similar formula that Surrey Park, Scoresby, Sylvan before them, that they've been able to do and get up the divisions. They've had a taste of finals, but again, we won't be able to judge them on their season until they get to the postseason and get to the finals and what they can achieve there. But they're ticking all the boxes early. I really like Ficcarelli as the new senior coach. I think he's adding a whole lot of value to the club, and I'm really excited to see how far they can go this year.
I think with Ficcarelli taking over the reins there, Josh, I mean, I think he's added a new vibrancy and probably given some players a new lease of life, and obviously He's a player that likes to lead from the front, and
Yeah.
he's a leader. And it's do as I say and don't do as I do. And I think the club will definitely benefit from them. So look, I think really. The only way Chirnside Park beat them lose games is they end up beating themselves.
Yeah, and it looks like they're playing a bit more of an attacking brand, which it looks like a couple of sides are doing that now compared to previous years where they've looked to be a lot stronger defensively, and because they've kicked 200-point games against Croydon North Emlock and Bulleen Temp. And yeah, obviously both sides we did have high expectations for them, but look, I think this is a pretty promising performance from Chirnside Park, especially from Frickarilli himself. He's clearly taken on the mantle of playing coach with ease, kicking the 6 goals as well, and he's again going to be vital inside that forward 50. But from a Bulleen Temp side of things, I think they're going to learn a lot from this game. It's always a tricky ask going out to Kimberley Reserve and getting the job done.
Didn't lose there last year, did they, Chirnside?
No, they didn't. So, look, a lot of learnings. They'll be up for the return bout at Tedajani Reserve, and it'll be interesting to see how Chirnside do manage to tackle a much bigger ground than Kimberley Reserve.
And that's why I think positions 2 to 4 could be is going to be right open. I think also too. I think a lot of these clubs in Div 4 may find it a little hard or a little too hot with Ficcarelli's game plan, and they may be competitive for quite a moment. Well, I will say this: they'll be competitive for the majority of the game, but there's going to be always a stage in the game where Chirnside are just going to get off the leash and put the game to bed.
I agree.
Let's move on to Division 3, and a promising performance the week before by Upper Gully against Knox. They ended up taking on Ferntree Gully yesterday, and the Gully had a disappointing round 1 loss to Scoresby, but they came back and hit back real hard yesterday. Ferntree Gully 18-9, 117 defeating, and a disappointing Upper Ferntree Gully 9-7-61. Goal kickers for Ferntree Gully 6 each to Elliot Trigart and Jesse Smythe, and 2 to Ben Noonan. Whilst for Upper Gully, Travis Strange with 2 was their only leading major goal kicker. Best players for Upper Gully were Strange, Bates and Wilson, that's Braden, Brodie Wilson, Anthony Stakos and Buster Todd. Whilst for Ferntree Gully, Treegart, Stevenson, good to see him in the best. Jesse Smythe, Ty Christensen and Ben Noonan. I think in terms of what Ferntree Gully, they had to respond. They did exactly what they needed to do yesterday, and they've got their season back on track 1-1, and they've picked up a little bit of confidence, Josh.
Yeah, they absolutely have, especially guys like Jesse Smythe and Elliot Treegard, who have come back to Ferntree Gully this season, and 12 goals between them. That's going to give them a lot of confidence for the remainder of the season, and Jaden Stevenson as well. It is pretty great to see him in the best, and it'll be interesting to see his Premier Data stats. He didn't kick a goal, so he must have predominantly played midfield that game.
I heard he had about 40.
And I think
it wouldn't surprise me if that's right.
And I think the thing is with Stevenson, and I think it's been noticed that a lot of clubs are actually worried about his influence on the football field.
Yeah.
Where they're double and triple teaming him whenever he goes near the ball. That's going to be a difficult proposition that Ferntree Gully are going to have to handle throughout the season, because they can't afford to have him playing in a position where he doesn't influence. But the thing is, they can't afford not to have him in the kitchen when it gets hot.
Well, they had to move him last week when they were down quite comfortably to Scoresby in that twilight fixture. So I think certainly I think it's a positive for Pat Garrity that he didn't need to move him really, because that first half was a whole different story, and the first 3 quarters was a whole different story. They were up 99-29 at 3/4 time. So it doesn't feel like Upper Ferntree Gully, not from what we saw last year, they have those type of run with players. Their midfield is mostly filled with young players who are looking to obviously just try to get it into their forward 50 as much as possible. That's how I feel.
Potentially we looked at maybe the Scoresby result last week. But maybe just said more about Scoresby and where that at, and I know you're going to get to them in quite soon after another big win. They're tracking along really nicely, so there's a lot of filling out stages in the opening few weeks, trying to work out where everyone sits, what sort of performances mean what, and obviously playing some different clubs. I think it's going to take a little bit of time to work that out.
Well, last night when I went home, gentlemen, I looked at my head-to-head stats between Knox and Sylvan, and at that particular stage before this game was played, Knox were scoring around 106 points as against Sylvan's 62. Well, yesterday once again, Sylvan, when the acid was put on, when they came up against a side that are much more seasoned and a lot more well prepared, I thought they were found wanting. They went down 8-6-54 to Knox 16-14, 110. No major goal kickers. There was 2 each for James Cecilia, Asiak and Matty Lowe for Sylvan, and 5 players, 2 apiece for Knox. Aaron Taylor, Ben O'Brien, Greaves, Fisher and Neal. Best players for Knox: Clay Heppel, O'Brien, Hanlon, Charlie Young, Taylor and Jake Neal. Whilst for Sylvan, Cameron Blease, James Cecilia, Garrison Asiak, Ray Dan, Matty Bachira and Matteo D'Alfonso. Sylvan, good opening 2 weeks, Ryan, but once again, when they come up against a quality side, they seem to be found wanting.
And particularly on the road as well. I think that was going to be the big test, and they were found out in the end in a particularly comfortable fashion for Knox. As the game went on, they were able to blow that margin out. I just think for Sylvan, they're still trying to find their spot. And we saw how strong they were last week, and you get guys like Delfonso back in the side who have been really impressive coming across from South Belgrave after playing a year there. But they're playing one of the benchmark sides of the competition and on their home deck. And I think Knox are going to be able to touch up a lot of sides like this, and we're going to see that across the season. So I wouldn't be too disappointed as a Sylvan fan if you're looking at the result this morning or reflecting back on the game. They've got a long way to go, but it's sort of the game they need early on just to put them in their not a reality check as such, Josh, but just a bit of a look back at where they're sitting at the moment and who they've got to beat if they are going to be a finals team and a really good finals team. Knox is going to be right there.
Well, I think they're going to take a lot of learnings out of this. You're only going to take learnings in a game against a Knox side who, while I know myself and Ray have put them as premiership favourites, a lot of us have put them in the grand final this season. So, and I think the conditions would have suited Knox yesterday as well, because obviously they like that outside game, rebounding quickly from defence to attack, and clearly they were able to do that pretty well. And the scary thing is 11 individual goal kickers, half their side getting on the scoreboard with 16 goals kicked. So it's quite scary what this side is going to be capable of come the pointy end of the season. I
often think, Josh, I know I think in the early, I'm just wondering whether we're going to find out very early in the season whether there's going to be 5 sides that are going to sort of dominate the comp and 5 that are going to really struggle. I think there are signs there that it's already starting to happen.
I think so.
What do you think, Ron?
I think so. Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. It's very hard to tell. In the first month, I think we don't know a whole lot until after the Easter break, when we've seen a bit more form of the two sides.
All right, Donvale, who have probably one of the best away records in Division 3, once again travelled down to Princess Highway to take on Oakley District, and yet again they walk away with the points. 20 goals, 9, 129 defeated. Oakley District 9-10-64. At the time of entry, there was no goal kickers or best players for Donvale, but for Oakley District, Connor Cochran got 3, Matthew McNaughton got 2. Best players for Oakley District was Meacham, Potts, that's Luke Potts, Paul Tyler, Ryan Pearson, Cameron Hanson and Blake Pearson. And once again, I looked at this game, and for a side like Oakley District, they've got to be playing at the peak of their powers to beat a Donvale that's off 5%. And once again yesterday, Donvale basically had control of the contest very early on, and basically they were able to dictate the terms for the majority of the afternoon.
Well, that's what they've been able to do to start the season. Obviously, last week they weren't able to kick straight against the Basin. It is always tough for away sides to go out there and kick more goals than it is behind. So, look, I think Oakley, the first couple of weeks have been a little bit disappointing. And again, you could put that down to the fact that they've got a couple of new players into the lineup. But the thing is, it was only, I think, 4 or 5 new players last week, a couple of others in this week as well. So I don't know. It might take them a bit of time to develop, to get into the season, which is strange given the last couple of years they've started off okay. But it's a slightly concerning scoreline going down again quite comfortably. They have had some big losses to Donvale over the last couple of years, but this is still a big margin out of Princess Highway Reserve, where they only lost by 25 points last year to Donvale out there.
Ryan, you're right. Ryan, but there's always so many stories early on in the season about, and you obviously, like you said, we're going to wait a month, but you almost, sometimes impressions, can sometimes cloud your thoughts. But I sometimes think that you do get an inkling early on where a side could possibly be heading, because I think their performances, because you're always looking at the top 5 from the previous year. They're your yardstick, and the ones that missed out, the ones that you want to improve, that's what you're looking for against early on. And to me, unless they can find more avenues to goal, Oakley, I think that's going to be their Waterloo this year.
And particularly when you're playing a Donvale side who are they are so dominant in that forward half, and how big of a scores they put up. I think last year you were talking about their stats and their average margin. It was almost 100 plus. They were scoring 100 plus each week, and they've done it again this week. They were very close last week against the Basin when I think they scored 80 something. So you've got to find a way to be able to slow down that offense, because you can't beat them in a shootout. You're not going to beat them. They've got too many weapons up forward. They proved it again yesterday. They've proved it for 3 or 4 years. You've got to find a way to defensively shut them down, and a lot of sides have just struggled to do that. And again, that was a perfect example yesterday.
Well, up at the Basin, Joel Perry is being hailed as the Messiah, because yesterday, for the first time in 20 weeks of football, the Basin have caused probably the biggest boil over, I think, in Division 3 football in the last couple of years, because they've gone up there and beaten Coldstream, last year's preliminary finalists, 10-7-67 to 8-8-56. Goal kickers for the Basin, Michael Thompson and Riley Boland, 2 apiece, whilst for Coldstream, Darcy Carrigan with 3 and 2 each to Voss and Edmonds. Best players for Coldstream, Langdon, Carrigan, that's nothing new, Hammond, Fig, Chandler and Chant, whilst for the Basin. And some new players in this, Bailey Siswerder, Tommy Edwards, Mitch Brown, Michael Thompson, Jai Gribble and Lucas Gibbons. The Basin supporters have certainly made it well and truly clear.
Did you hear from a couple of them?
And I'm happy to. Actually, I'm actually quite happy to hear from them, Josh, because I was actually wondering whether they were still in hibernation.
I'm quite surprised. I haven't heard anything from them, to be honest. I haven't seen any comments mentioning me over the last, less than 24 hours, but I was surprised when I saw this result, and I am happy for the Basin, because it has been a tough couple of years for them in 23. They were, I think they finished a game outside of the relegation zone, obviously were winless last season. To get that win and to go up to Coldstream as well, who have been inconsistent to start the season. I mean, yes, they won against Fair Park, who we'll talk about them later, aren't looking in the greatest nick. It's just, I think this is still a credit to them to go up to Coldstream, where not a lot of teams were able to get the job done last year. Only Surrey Park and Donvale were able to get victories there, and to get the 4 points is massive for their confidence.
Ryan, out of all the sides that played in finals this year, Coldstream's form in the opening 3 weeks compared to the other finalists from last year, they've got some work to do, because their form looks terrible now, considering who they've played.
Well, they've got a tough road ahead of them at the moment. That's obviously that round 9 game being moved forward.
Yep.
That's it didn't work out for them because they lost. So you add that to the tally, and suddenly, and these other sides are emerging. Scoresby have come into the division, are flying. Sylvan have banked a couple of wins early. Pressure's on them to get going, and get going quickly if they are going to be a final side again this year. But I think, as you said, Brash, the big story is the Basin, and hats off to them, because it's tough backing it up every week when you're not getting the result going your way. We knew a win was going to come, and we did say that. We did say that they are going to get a win early on in this season, but we didn't think it was going to be on Coldstream's home deck, where they play that ground so well. So that's a gutsy win on the road. And potentially that's a momentum starter. Can they win again next week?
You're right. And the thing is, look, compared to other media members, I wasn't as bullish I'll admit I wasn't as bullish on the Basin winning early. So kudos to them, and then congratulations to Joel. And hopefully now that can kickstart their season, and they probably can get a couple more wins on the board. Well, one side that's taken Division 3 by storm, who are absolutely running on top of the ground at the moment. They're in absolutely irresistible form. They've carried their form up from Division 4. They've recruited a couple of guys from the higher grades, and that's sort of given them a lot more starch. And that's the Scoresby Football Club, because yesterday they absolutely belted Fair Park. 25 goals 18, 168 to 6 goals 945. Goal kickers for Scoresby: Dale Hare with 5, Adam Amin with 4, 3 each to Declan McBean, Frith and King, and 2 each to Trainer and Camilleri. Whilst for Fair Park they only had 3 goal kickers: Keenan with 3, Bailey Carlin with 2, and Ryan Smith with 1. Best players for Scoresby: Dale Hare, Declan McBean, Cooper Frith, Camilleri, Trainer and Walnarek. Whilst for Fair Park, the usual suspects: Mitch Need, Daniel Kean, Bailey Carlin, Callum Brasher, no relation, Ned Tolley and Brad Need. Josh Allison must have walked into a Mack truck yesterday, because he would be absolutely mortified with that performance yesterday from Fair Park.
It's a surprise, given the last couple of years they look like they've been good. I know they had that loss against Coldstream where I did back them to get the job done.
But they don't have a very good record against Coldstream.
Nah, but they've gotten close on occasion, but they still don't have the greatest record. So, I mean, I certainly think he would have gone, and all the Fair Park players would have gotten hit by a Mack truck, but that's
Josh, the biggest concern for me is that the reserves had a similar result, even worse on the margin. So that's a big worry at the moment.
It is a little bit of a worry, and maybe that just shows where, or it could show where both sides are at, Scoresby and Fair Park. The Magpies, I think the first couple of weeks, they've shown, against sides that missed finals last year, but they've shown they're going to be one of the better sides in the division, and they've got so many options in attack, not just Adam Amin, Dale Hare and Declan McBean can roll up through midfield and go straight and kick goals. I mean, Jordan Camilleri and Trainer proved yesterday they'd be able to get on the scoreboard. It's Mason Storr as well, the best on ground in last year's Div 4 Grand Final. There's just, I think that's what's gonna make them so strong. And Scoresby is such an open ground to play on that when you get on a roll, you're going to kick goals, a lot of goals more often than not, Brash.
No, and like I said, to be honest with you, I actually didn't see this result coming. No. Because to be honest with you, right, I've watched a lot of Division 3 and Division 4 football for many, many years, Josh, and I just don't think sides in that division should be getting beaten by 120 points.
No.
I'm sorry, to me, that just doesn't sit well with me, and I'm sure it doesn't sit well. But that being said, Fair Park, once again, they live to fight another day, and I'm sure they'll come out next weekend and they'll have a red hot crack, because they'll want to atone for a poor performance. So let's hope for them and let's give them another chance next week.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to, they really are going to have to pick up. They're going to have to pick up their game. Otherwise, technically speaking, they could be out of finals calculation by round 6.
Well, they've got Upper Ferntree Gully next game, and at this
it's a winnable
stage,
game for them.
It's a twilight game as well out at Fair Park Reserve, so it's certainly a winnable game. And I mean, they had that comfortable win over Warrandyte in a twilight game last year at Fair Park Reserve, and
unfortunately for them, Josh, the twilight games don't give you a chance to pick up the percentage that you need because they're low-scoring affairs.
Yeah, and I don't feel like this game could potentially decide who struggles the most this season, because at this early stage, like the Basin defeating Coldstream, it feels like and obviously there's a long way to go in the season, but it looks like Fair Park and potentially Upper Ferntree Gully might have their struggles this season, I feel, in my opinion.
Okay, let's move on to Division 2. Probably the thing I haven't done, Ryan, is I haven't done the ladders, but we'll get to them.
That's okay. That's okay. We're flying along nicely.
Let's move into Division 2 now, and there was a lot on it for two sides yesterday, both coming off disappointing performances in round 1. It was Croydon taking on Heathmont, and Heathmont, after a close first half between the two sides, they flexed their muscle in the second half and walked away with a 40-point win. Heathmont 11-12-78, defeating Croydon 5-8-38. Goal kickers for Heathmont, 2 each to Hanson, Douglas, Brisetto and Wynn. Whilst for Croydon, they're only single goal kickers, Ficarelli, Riley Britton, Riley Costantino, McKenzie and Podesta. Croydon's scoring rows, Ryan, once again come back to haunt them. 2 goals, 12 in the first round, 5 goals, 8 here. How are they going to kick a winning score this year?
Well, it's a worry because without Rhett Jordan, that takes away 4 or 5 goals each week. Even with him in the side last year, they struggled to hit the scoreboard, and they were winning games and they were grinding them out, and that was fine. They were getting the points. But now you start the season 0-2. The Lilydale loss was a big surprise for us, seeing that one come through, and I just think they're. I don't know, because they've got to find a few extra goals. They don't have a massive key forward, do they, Josh? I mean,
no, not really.
A guy like Riley Cosentino's not a massive guy, and you look at some of these sides in the division. Templestowe's in a big example. They've picked up Cooper, and that's been able to add 5 or 6 goals a game. So I struggle to see where they're going. Their wins are going to be when they really grind it out and their defensive game comes out on top.
Well, I think it'll be like in the middle of winter, in the winter period, where they're able to get the job done, grind those victory outs. Yes, even when their depth is tested, but we all know Croydon's depth has never been an issue. The last 3 games for Croydon, including the grand final, they've only kicked 11 goals. You're not winning a game of footy when you're averaging only less than 4 goals a game, and it's a massive issue for Croydon. Yes, you can bring in Dominic Cowell, who had a good season in the reserves, and someone like a Blake Podesta, who did well in the under-19 side for Croydon in their premiership win. It's still you're still not going to be able to get the job done, and they'll take time to develop as the season goes on. It's a long season, yes, but it's going to take them a while.
Better not take them too long, because you know, if they're 3-6 or 3-7. Right, and they can't score, and you know, if they're only scoring 40, 50 points a game and they're relying on their defence, which has always been their cornerstone, Ryan, if they're relying on their defence to win them games of football, come the finals time, they're going to get run off the park.
Yeah, I agree. They're going to have to improve, particularly coming into the middle part of the season. We saw that they had a bit of a lull last year as well during that time, so they're one to watch.
They are. Another side, I think, who I believe are at the crossroads this year is the Waverley Blues. They won their first round against Eastfield by 9 points, and probably a real grinding result. But yesterday they travelled down to Templestowe, and they got a taste of what Templestowe have got to offer. Templestowe 19-15, 129 defeated the Waverley Blues 7-8-50. Goal kickers for Waverley Blues, Williamson, Tonsteel and Harding with 2 apiece. whilst for Templestowe, they had a plethora of goal kickers here. Fasanella with 4, Daniel Cooper and Josh Warren with 3, Giorgio Paparonis with 2, and about 7 or 8 different singles. I said this yesterday. I think Daniel Cooper, if he stays fit, he could be the key that could take Templestowe to the promised land this year, because if he plays every game, he could kick 50, 60 goals in this comp.
Sorry, Josh, and that's we saw last year with Carl Giovannini popping forward and kicking 5 or 6 in a few of those games. I think he kicked 5 against Waverley Blues last year. Having Cooper in into the side, you can put Giovannini more on the ball and use him there, but I just feel like they've got so many more options now to move the Magnets around if they're in trouble. Their scoring options are great. That's 2 big wins in a row against 2 finalists from last year. I know it's round 2, but if you wanted to pick an early just leader of this division, I think it's got to be Templestowe.
100%.
And their best players, obviously, having this guy back in their side really does give them that grunt in the midfield. Michael Fogarty, once again, best on the ground.
Yeah.
Along with Barnes, Harding, Walsh, Trikulja and Matthew McClellan. Whilst for Waverley Blues, Ton Steele, Kramer, Hale, McNamara, Jamison and Rufus. I don't know. The Waverley Blues from 2 years ago, I look at the Waverley Blues of this side, and I reckon they are miles apart than what they were 2 years ago. I don't know what it is. Have they peaked? Right, 2
Possibly.
years ago, did they peak? And that's caused them issue, and now they can't go any further with this group?
No, I don't necessarily think that. They've had a couple of coach changes, which I don't think. I think in the long term with Sam Bates is going to work out well, but it's a lot of change each year. They've had 3 coaches in 3 seasons, so similar to when we talk about East Bill, they've had a lot of change, and that's not easy to deal with. I know the playing groups probably stayed pretty similar, but yeah, I'm not. I think it says more about Templestowe at the moment. I just think Templestowe are well ahead. I think Waverley Blues are still a potential final side, but if you see this result come through 2 or 3 more times in the next 4 to 5 weeks, that's when I'd probably start to ask a bit more questions.
Yeah, I certainly think Templestowe at this stage are the benchmark. You could argue Mulgrave are around the mark as well. I mean, Heathmont based on yesterday's performance, and it'll be interesting to see how they go. Surrey Park, they look pretty decent in these early stages, but I think we're going to touch on that game now.
Yeah, talking about the juggernaut still continues for Surrey Park in their quest for Division 2 glory, and once again, Ringwood, 10-7-67, went down to Surrey Park, 17-6, 108. Sam Hart kicked 4 for Surrey Park, along with Telford got 3. Renan Fallahay, Ben Woodfull, Angelo Rowden-Boldy and Dante Contranero 2 apiece. Whilst for Ringwood, Mia Cotter, Hillman and Gorman got 2 each. Best players for Surrey Park, Marn, Woodfull, Hart, Mulholland, Woodfull and Van der Pleyt, whilst for Ringwood, Mitch Jackson, Webber, Wack, Brown, Jones and Haddock. Not a very good start here for Ringwood in season 2025. I thought they'd probably think that they should be a little bit better than where they are, but they've probably come up against 2 sides that are in the peak of their powers at the moment in Surrey Park and Mulgrave, Brian.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's the ideal 2 oppositions you want to start with, and then add on top of that, they've got Heathmont on Anzac Day night on round 3 after the Easter weekend. So it's a tough start to the season. It's a tough draw for them. But in saying that, they are a young side, and we saw that last year, particularly in the second half of the season. They've got a lot of work to do, and you're playing a Surrey Park side who brings in a guy like Sam Hart who kicks 4 goals and makes an immediate impact, Josh. And I know you were at the game, so you're probably able to touch on that a bit more. But the players who've come across look like they've just slotted in really nicely.
Absolutely, and the players who came across mid-season are starting to make more and more of an impact, like Jack Mine. He again had another good game in midfield. The 2 Woodfull brothers, they're going to be a challenge for oppositions when they go, either one of them go into ruck. And Jake Vanderplik did have a pretty decent game. He had a good game last weekend. I mean, there is a lot of good players coming in. Sam Hart played more as that deeper forward, and for me, I think you could use him as a deep forward, a forward pocket or a half forward flank, because when you play him at a forward pocket, he's going to be able to kick some pretty impressive goals. And when you play him higher half forward, he's going to be able to deliver inside forward 50, which I think they should look into doing. But from a Ringwood side of things, they look slow out of midfield. From the quarter and a bit I watched, the only player that was explosive out of there was Mitch Jackson,
yeah.
And that's it. They had no one else to help him out, whereas with Surrey, you've got Marn, you've got Vanderplicht, you've got Tom Smith, who had a quiet game yesterday. You have Kane Hendon, who can run through there. And they're not quite a tall forward line as well. Like, one of their main targets was Riley Hillman, who I think played last week in defence, was thrown down forward with Jacob Williams. And they've got a 17-year-old as their second ruck, which, I mean, those players are going to continue to develop. But for the time being, I think it's going to hurt this Ringwood side. And it hurt them yesterday, I must admit. I'm slightly concerned. I think they'll improve as the season goes on, as some of these players get more experience, but I can't see them going past the 0-3 start with the matchup against Heathmont awaiting.
The only thing I'll add, I don't think they're going to eclipse what they were able to do last year in terms of the amount of wins, and that leaves them well out of the finals race.
Yeah.
And also, too, I think Surrey Park are at that position now where every single 22 spots on that senior list is up for grabs every weekend at the selection table, something that a lot of clubs would love to have at this moment in time. Well, Wantirna South probably provided the Houdini act yesterday because they've come back from 33 points down at half time to beat East Burwood by a solitary point. Wantirna South 13-14-92 defeated East Burwood 14-7-91. Jesse Warner, 5 goals for Wantirna South, with Dylan Moore and Quinn Clark getting 2 apiece, whilst for East Burwood, Connor Agnew and James Conlon got 3 apiece, 2 each for Lockie Jose and Riley Adar. Best players for Wantirna South, Jake Dines, Nathan Dines, Kyle Coughlin, Jesse Warner, Jared Smith, Dylan Moore, whilst for East Burwood, Lachlan Kieran, James Reddy, Nicholas Glenn, Liam Patterson, Lewis Neat and Cody Logan. And you know, look, you don't know what to say about this game because, you know, basically for a half, East Burwood did everything right. Yet once again, they walk away a loser. Their fade-outs once again have cost them, Josh. And, you know, look, they've got enough adversity this year to deal with regards to their ground. And obviously they've got a new coach. And I think eventually, Kyle Dove, I think it's they look a lot more structured and they've got a few more quality players and some young guys seem to have come on, but they've just got to develop this art of winning the close ones, and that's something that they can't do yet.
Well, these first 2 weeks are going to hurt them because that Waverley Blues game heading into time on, I think out at Central Reserve, they were in front and then can see 2 goals and weren't able to get over the line. And in this contest, I mean, that heading into time on, they were in front, but they Wantirna South kicked inaccurately and were just able to get over the line, kicked 3 behinds to just the 1 in time on. So, I mean, look, it's concerning for East Burwood this start a little bit. I mean, there is still plenty of positives for Kyle Dove to take out of it. I mean, able to find some scoring options in attack, you get 90-plus points, which I know isn't a triple-digit figure, but it's still a lot better than the efforts they've put in the past, East Burwood. So
I'm actually, I think their start to the season has been, I know they want to get those results and they want to get those wins coming through, but 2 close games. It's obviously a new coach, and the important thing for Dove is that the club gives him enough time to develop these guys. There's a lot of young players on the list. It's a pretty fresh side. Just need a bit of time, and I thought they would get not blown out of the water, but I thought they would get comfortably beaten by Wantirna South yesterday at Walker Reserve. So they can take away a couple, big positives from these games. They've got some work ahead of them, no doubt. But for me, I think that's a competitive one, an impressive performance despite not getting the 4 points.
And finally, in Division 2, the Mulgrave, once again, they've had an impressive start to season, equally as well as what Templestowe have. And Lilydale, after an encouraging win in round one against Croydon. They travelled down there and were very competitive for 2 and a bit quarters, but in the end it was the experience of Mulgrave and their ability to run on top of the ground in the second half, and they ran out easy 60-point winners here. Mulgrave 21-16, 142, defeated Lilydale 12-10, 82. Fletcher Roberts headed the goal kickers with 5, Bailey Thompson 4, whilst for Lilydale, Mark Mazzarotti with 3, and Riley Clausen, Tucker, White and Brown 2 apiece. Best players for Mulgrave, Gervasoni, Carter, Tilliard, Thompson, Wellwall, Bryce Curtis, whilst for Lilydale, Clausen, Dooley, Evans, French, Mazzarotti and White. Look, really not much we can say about Mulgrave because, look, they've done exactly what you want, what you needed to do yesterday. They survived an early scare and they played to their ability, but when they were able to put their foot on the accelerator, Ryan, that was the end of the penny section.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we'll learn a lot more about them when they play your Templestows, potentially Heathmont, and some of those other sides who we think Surrey Park, who we think might be around the mark this year. But they've got the answers, and we looked at Lin Jong coming out of the side and talking about how do you replace him, because you can't replace someone of that quality. But they've got guys all over the place who, you look at the stats last week with Jervis only having 38 touches, Connor Tilliard had 30, Riley Vlananis had 30 something as well. So there's a lot of guys who run through the midfield who will find plenty of the football and use it really well. And they're still a reasonably young side, but there's no limit on what they can do this year, Mulgrave.
It seems like they've matured because a couple of years ago, this is the type of game they would drop against the Lilydale side, who, yes, come in off a victory against Croydon, but not a whole lot of us rated them pretty highly, and who knows, they could still be in the finals mix this year, could the Falcons, but I feel this just shows how good Mulgrave is going to be. They're an exciting side. They always have been under Matt Richards, and they've just been able to take that game to the next level throughout the pre-season. I mean, guys like Angus Gervasoni getting a full pre-season, another full pre-season at the senior level under his belt. Josh Parker coming across from Berwick, a couple of the others. Wild Wolves had a good start. Connor Tilliard's still really young. I think this Mulgrave side is going to be a really scary proposition going forward.
Well, let's move to Div 1. And Bayswater's favourite son, Joel Galvin, magnificent effort yesterday to make play his 300th game. Unfortunately, Baronia spoiled the party, but only just. Baronia 10-18-78 defeated Bayswater 11-6-72. Ben Robertson got 3 for Baronia, 2 to Lavender, whilst for Bayswater, Treby and Harrison Law got 3 apiece, and Bryce Galvin got 2. Best players for Bayswater, Ben Searle, Charles Stewart, Hasbrook, Poe, Joel Galvin and Kruger, whilst for Baronia, Hannon, Luke Hannon, Mitch Mellis, Jordan Church, Daniel Wex and Ben Robertson. Both sides, there was plenty in this game yesterday. Baronia were champing at the bit and unfortunately found out too late that they weren't playing in round one. They've had some players with some health issues and other issues outside the club. Collins wasn't playing. Begley didn't play as well. They had players out. They were probably a little underdone. Bayswater really gave Montrose a huge fright yesterday, and it's just unfortunate that they weren't able to get over the line for Joel Galvin's 300, Ryan.
Yeah, really competitive from Bayswater, and I think that's what we sort of, on paper, we think obviously Baronia are a much better side than Bayswater, but I still think there's a bit about, the momentum and the emotion of the day of a milestone game, particularly of someone of the quality of Joel Galvin, who's done absolutely everything you can in the EFNL, an EFNL legend, and it would have been great to see Bayswater get up for him on the day, but they'll be disappointed they didn't get the 4 points, but they'll be really happy with the performance that they were able to certainly give on the day.
Well, it's a terrific performance, a terrific effort against the side we're expecting to play finals in last week as well on the road against the Montrose side, who did look pretty good yesterday against a Park Orchard side, which you guys were obviously out at, and we'll touch on a little bit later. But, I mean, I think giving away that the second quarter and a 23-point advantage, more often than not, Boronia are going to be able to defend that and get the job done, even without the likes of Josh Begley and Jaden Collins, and that's exactly what they were able to do. The one thing I find interesting is that the Oracle, they did tip this game, Bayswater 72, Boronia 78, so
wow.
It's probably, well, for me, the first time that I've seen the Oracle actually get the score line and the margin right. I don't know if you...
Downey with 6, Michael Prosenak with 3, Liam Webb with 2, whilst for Montrose, Ty Galbraith with 3, LaPlanche, Galbraith, Greg Lord and Bo Tennant would have been in my best 4, whilst for Park Orchards, Lewis Downey was voted best on the ground along with Cridlin, Champa, Prunty and Webb. This was a very, very intriguing contest up until half-time. Park Orchard stole a march, 28 points, probably 12 minutes into the third quarter, Ryan, and we thought that they were looking like winners running over the ground. But then all of a sudden, LaPlanche probably played the best 10 minutes of football without actually hitting the scoreboard to keep Montrose in the contest. And he carried that form basically all the way through to the last minute and then to the very last of the game. And then I think the masterstroke that Paris pulled, he put Kane Keppel and his co-captain Prosenak off the forward line onto the ball in the last 7 minutes of that game. And 3 goals eventuated after Montrose looked like they were winners, Josh, and then all of a sudden, within a twinkling of an eye, Ryan, the game was over.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I thought early stages of that third quarter, as you mentioned, it was LaPlanche who's got him going. Not even just his contest work and had a few massive, one-on-one battles that he won and got the ball moving forward. Then he was pushed forward in the third quarter and the last quarter and was able to certainly make a difference in that end, kicking the 4 goals, I think, in the end, or 3 or 4 goals. But you're right. I mean, it was so impressive from Park Orchards to actually respond in the last 10 minutes because everything seemed to be going against them. The whole momentum was all in favour of Montrose, the home side. They were up and about. The crowd was going wild, and their pressure around the contest was probably as good as you're going to get from Montrose. And they just, as you said, they moved a couple of magnets. You had your key players on the ball late. They won a few clearances, which they dominated the clearances across the afternoon. And were able to hit the scoreboard, and Lewis Downey, being able to kick 6 goals in the end, and had a very nice celebration with the drink in the can at the end, which was great to see. And I think you take away a lot from both sides, and that Montrose will probably know that they're not that far off it.
But they left a few goals on the field too.
Well, I think it was 15 goals, 15. I haven't watched the game in its full length as of yet, but I mean, listening in when I was in between games, it sounded like from your guys' end, it was Park Orchards that it was their game to lose. And credit to Montrose for showing a bit of fight. Maybe they are a final side. I'll put my hand up and say they.
No, stick with it. It's only round 2, so if you believe it.
But it'll be interesting to see just if those players that went off, because I think they had no interchange towards the end of the game, or had a fair few players that were on the sidelines due to injury. It's just, it'll be interesting to see if those players miss a couple of weeks and maybe aren't able to get onto the park, how they're able to replace them. Their depth is good, but I think it's a pretty positive performance against the Park Orchard side, who were the benchmark for majority of last season. But I think that just shows how good a side Park Orchards is to be able to come from behind. It shows the maturity of I'd say a young side, but It pretty much is a pretty young side with a bit of experience. So to get over the line, get the job done is a massive confidence booster after last week.
Well, gents, that's divisions 4, 3, 2 and 1 done and dusted. We're going to take a little break, and when we come back from the break, our fellow media team in Ray Baird's going to join us for Premier Division, as he saw Roval taking on Noble Park last year, but this is now EFNL games.
As well, Brash, before you go to the break, we'll also have a bit of a video on the history of Mitcham and Vermont too.
Okay, so after the break, a little bit of a video, and then all the action from today's big game, Mitcham versus Vermont.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Walker Park this afternoon. It's the big clash between Mitcham and Vermont. We're now going to play a video of the history between these two great clubs.
Hold on a moment, Brash. I wasn't. hello, Lee. I was getting it ready.
That's
but,
okay. We've got.
I'm sorry, Lee.
A bit of an insight from Mitcham historian Gary Walton, who's given up some time to discuss the two sides and a bit of history between the two clubs.
Actually, just before we go on to it, I don't know if you guys caught earlier. You were in the middle of talking, but Gav was given his spiel as he normally does, and he's effectively said to. Something along the lines of, get down to the merch tent, including anyone from Vermont. We'll give you 50% off if you sign up as a member today. So I wonder how many takers you'll get.
Oh, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. Yeah.
All right, I'll throw this on now.
Kick goes out towards Cherry. That's a siren. The Tigers roar to Premier Division in 2025. They are premiers this year.
Just looking forward to the day that we're back in Premier Division. I'm Gary Wathen. I'm the historian of the Mitcham Football Club and one of those long-time people around the club on the committee. I'm a life member here and with a keen interest to research our very colourful history. 1920, when they played their first season, Vermont, and that was the start of the rivalry, which was day one when they started, because they had our ex-captain, premiership captain, his two brothers, a few others, that, because I'm a little bit of a journeyman, some of these players, and they went to Vermont so they wouldn't be thrashed. They had good players, but they were Mitcham players. So the rivalry was there from day one. So again, there was a bit of an angst there from some of our players helping out Vermont, which was to some degree fair enough because they were a young fledgling club in their first year. Well, it was Vermont who initiated the merger. Both clubs were financially not sitting particularly well. Vermont, £17 in the red, and £7 Mitcham in the red, and also a lack of players. And then it came to getting the jumpers, and Mitcham found out very quickly that someone had stolen our jumpers. Vermont had jumpers, and whilst we played here at Mitcham, we had to wear the Vermont purple and gold, and that really set the cat amongst thieves. We didn't like that at all, but necessity took its place. And we were runners-up the next year in 1933, so there was some success. But that lasted for 3 years, and Mitchell went back. And in 1935, we in fact won the premiership. In Vermont's case, they forgot to register the club that year and were disallowed to play in the league, and they just played some social matches from there. We had 3 in a row. And then from 1982, Vermont took over. And that was no coincidence that, again, they had another one of our players and captain coaches in Graham Jacobs, who had previously coached at Mitcham, been assistant coach to Ronnie Thomas. But Vermont were a smart club, and they knew that Graham Jacobs was just a superb coach. And he went to Vermont and coached for 5 years for 3 premierships. So it was an outstanding effort. Really positive things about the Vermont Footy Club. They always had a good president, and they always had a good coach. And someone in between, in the middle, and that was a guy called Lee Bistrop, who was the club manager. And the record shows they've just been outstanding. They've got their Eagletonians, they've got their past players, and Mitcham's got something similar. We've been on the phone, we've talked to each other. That famous photo of Tony Andrews, the best full forward in the league scene, and Bill Wilson, the best fullback pretty much the league has seen. Both had fantastic skills. Tony, a bit biased here, tended to get the better of him and kicked his normal 5, 6, 7 goals a match. But it was always tough, and even Tony himself would say he's probably the hardest fullback he faced. We've always admired Vermont, apart from the rivalry things, but what they've done in recent history is just phenomenal. To put the right people in the right places. One thing I do like about Vermont is for all the success they've had, they don't boast about it. They don't razz up someone. They're a very humble group, and that's part of their culture, and that's maybe a little bit why they're so strong. We've got that right. Great. A lot of the current players wouldn't know too much about it because they weren't probably born when much of this history was happening. But it's certainly going to, they're left with no misunderstanding that it's big and where club wants to get back. And I think the other clubs do appreciate Mitcham because we're an all-round strong club, juniors, women's football. financially okay, all those things. And I'm sure the league, hopefully, is looking forward to Mitcham's return.
Thanks to Gary Rotham, the Mitcham historian, who was very generous to take up his time, to give up his time to speak about the history of the two clubs. And one of the things, Josh, he mentioned in it was when he talked about Vermont and the rivalry between them, the amount of respect the club has for Vermont as well. And obviously, you know, it's one of the legendary streaks of just success in the top flight of local football of the EFNL. They just win premierships, their grand finals over and over again. It's one of the great stories, and to have the rivalry back between the two clubs, going back to obviously when they combined for a few years from 1932 to 1935. It's just really exciting, I think, for real local EFNL fans.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I found remarkable, because before we spoke with Gary, I didn't realise that Mitcham and Vermont hadn't amalgamated. Obviously many years ago now, but still, I think that's maybe where the respect comes from, and the respect from Vermont's end as well might possibly come from the fact Mitcham in the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, they would have had just as much, if not more, success. They've had just as much success ever since the EFNL came to be in the 60s. So, look, I've heard many tales from yourself, obviously Gary, yourself, Brash, from Gary. It's just gotten me even more excited about seeing this rivalry back in action. There's already been it's already kicked off with the 19s and the reserves. I can't wait to see the seniors in action.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. And look, and with that in mind, look, a champion footballer of the Vermont Football Club, Craig Coughlin, at the moment is in Warringah Hospital. His health is not good at the moment. But Craig, from everyone at the Vermont Football Club to your wife Leanne, Ned and daughter Brody, mate, a speedy recovery, as well as everyone from the EFNL media team. Get well soon. We will love to see you back at the club, and I'm sure we know that you would have been out here this afternoon to enjoy this moment, but enjoy it from where you are this afternoon, and hopefully the Eagles can put a victory and a smile on your face. Let's move on, gentlemen. We've got Premier Division, and joining us for the first time this afternoon is our fellow media commentator, Ray Baird. And Ray, you were out at Roval yesterday, Noble Park, but I'll go through the details. Roval 17 goals, 2,122. Defeated Noble Park 8-8-56. Goal kickers for Roval, Lockie Wind with 5, Mav Taylor 3, along with Cole Stainthorpe. Lockie McDonald got 2, whilst for Noble Park, Thomas Nelson was their leading goal kicker for 2 goals. Best players for Roval, as noted, Matt Davey, Lockie Wind, Cole Stainthorpe, Jack Gordy and Cooper McDonald, whilst for Noble Park, Mitchell Reardon, Harley Fairbank, Matty Nelson, Bodie Lambert, Lockie Quaife and Thomas Taborski. Tell us what happened in this game yesterday, because it looked like for a while there Noble Park were providing some nuisance value.
Yeah, look, all in all, as everyone knows, it was really hot down there. Big crowd down at Seaback Oval, because, you talk about Roval with the two teams here today, and rightly so. But over the last 5 years or so, there's been this rivalry built between Noble Park and Roval, playing in finals and the grand finals as well. But look, Noble Park, we know what's happened to them. Ever since they won that grand final, Brash, after that grand final, they lost a couple of players that year. Last year, they lost 3 key players. Now, no one can survive that and come back the next season and be a top dog. We all know that. But look, they're very young. They were really gallant yesterday. I was surprised how young and how small they were, and I think that's going to be the problem for them. But they came out in that first quarter. They kicked 1 goal 3 before Roval even touched the football, and could have been 3 goals. Just a bit of inaccurate kicking for goal. But then, and what I was really impressed with, and Steve Hughes said this after the game, their leg speed across the ground is absolutely phenomenal, because they're all young players. When they get the ball and they run with it, they are super quick. But you kick the ball in the air, and that's where they're going to be found out. And what happened was, in that first quarter, up to half-time, Roval only on 3 occasions bombed the ball to the goal square. Well, Lockie Wine, we know what he is, 6'4" or 5 or whatever. He just stood there with players hanging off him. He marked and kicked 3 goals to half-time. And then what happened was, at half-time, apparently Ben Wise gave them a huge big rev up, because they weren't playing, they were overusing the ball. They were going short and mucking around, maybe trying to bring other players into the game, but they weren't going direct. And as I said, on those 3 occasions they went direct, they got the result. But then they came out after half-time, and the first 4 minutes of the third quarter, they went bang, 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 3 goals, and another one a minute later. And that set the pattern for the second half. As I said, Noble Park, they were pushed into the trap, and it was no fault of their own. They couldn't bomb the ball on because they had no tools. So they were chipping it around. They were getting lots of possession, chipping it across 10 metres ahead, just trying to work the ball forward. And when they did go forward, of course, Thomas Nelson was only their only multiple goal kicker, and he kicked 2. So they're very undermanned. It's going to be a long, long season for Noble Park. I will say one thing, Brash, it was a bit unusual because usually when you go down to the Bull Ring, Noble Park supporters, like all supporters, very passionate about their team. Yesterday, they were very quiet. They applauded the young players when they did really well, and it was just a different Noble Park attending Seabeck Oval yesterday, and I think that's what's going to happen. Very important game for them in the next round because they come up against Berwick, another side that most people are talking about, are going to be down there in that relegation race. So, it's going to be a huge game. Both sides, one of them's got to win this to just get the jump on the other one, Bresh.
Ray, would I be right in saying when we look at the Premier data stats for most of the season, we're going to see Noble Park with a lot of uncontested possession because of the fact they aren't tall and they're going to be chipping it around a lot?
Exactly, Brass. I think that's the only game they can play. When you got no talls down back and no talls up forward. Look, they've got one young ruckman, Dan Napper, I think his name was, number 10. He tried his heart out. He was the only guy, I reckon it was over 6'1" in the whole team. But he was coming up against Nick Shoemakers, who we know, can jump all over you and all that. So it was but he never gave in. And that's one thing that Steve Hughes said after the game. He was very proud of the young side because they never gave up. Okay, they kicked 7 goals for the game. 2 of them come in the last 3 or 4 minutes of the game. So they didn't give up. And as I said, if they can get the ball into the wide open spaces enough time and they run it, they're very quick the way they run the ball. But they're going to be a long season.
Yeah, I think so. And I think we talked about this well on the podcast about... You can't replace the guys that they've lost.
No,
they just simply can't. They are stars of the EFNL. They're top-tier players in the competition. So they are reliant on the quick development of these younger guys and these guys who have predominantly maybe played reserves who are now playing senior footy, the guys that have come to the club. They've just got to really quick develop them and get them going. But I think from the sounds of it, the way you're talking, there was some positive signs that you can take away from that, despite not getting the result.
Look, they took it up to Roval. At one stage there, I sent a message through to you guys. It got a little bit testy out there on the field, and these young fellas, they did not take a back step.
Well, that's good. That's what you want to see.
They were in there supporting their teammates, and that's what you want as a coach, Brash. Stainthorpe was in most of that in the first half. I don't know, something happened down back, but every time Stainthorpe went for the ball, there was 2 or 3 of these young players actually onto him pouncing. After half-time, Wisey moved Stainthorpe to full forward and had Windy playing beside him. Well, Stainthorpe ended up kicking 3 goals.
Not bad.
So all in all, but no, their endeavour, you can't question, and their attack on the football was absolutely amazing. But unfortunately, look, I don't want to be too negative about it, but even looking at the reserve side, I know it's only one game, but I personally couldn't say, well, that kid in the reserves, he's going to play senior football by the end of the season.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only round 1, I know. But let's hope they can snare a win. We talk about the Basin on Friday preview, hadn't won a game for 2 years. They snared a win yesterday. So there's always a win over the horizon, and they've just got to stick with their plan. They know, the supporters know it's going to be a long-term effort, and that's the way it is.
Let's move on to another game in in Premier Division yesterday. And Doncaster East did not get it all their own way. No. They had to fight off a very, very determined Berwick for nearly 3 quarters yesterday, and they finally ran out winners 17 goals, 1,113 to a very, very respectable 12,880 for Berwick. Goal kickers for Doncaster East, Jack Shalaka's got 5, along with Tim O'Brien with 3. Josh Shackey got 2, whilst for Berwick, Daniel Pinter got 3, along with Tom Brennan and Frank Garlis. They got 2 apiece. Best players for Doncaster East, Jack Shalakis, DeLuca, Haswell, Green, Mac Hoskin and Taylor Dooman, whilst for Berwick, Pinta, Cannon, Cerulis, Bowden, Stewart and Delarue. Ray, a very positive start for Berwick, even though they didn't get the points. But I tell you what, they gave Doncaster East one hell of a fright.
They certainly did that, Brash. I mean, they were in front at half time. They were just 2 goals down at 3/4 time, so they were still in the contest then. But unfortunately, they only kicked 1 goal 3 in the last quarter to 4 goals 5. So it was probably whether it was just fitness or what it was, but they just probably run out of puff in the end. But, you know, they're another side, Brash. Look, from what we all know, they've been devastated too with players that have left Berwick this year. You know? So, you know, to put in an effort like that, as we always said before, it's only one game, I know, but to start the season like that is a positive to me for Berwick.
Feels like it's a bit of a win-win for both clubs, Josh, when you look at it. Doncaster East get the points, they kick away late. That's all they want to do. They wanted to win, they got the win. Berwick, who I think a lot of us expecting to get relegated or in that conversation, played a really impressive game for 3 and a bit quarters. So you can take a lot out of that from a Berwick perspective. And I mean, hearing from the Traps that some of these younger players that are coming through, they're going to be really, really classy EFNL footballers. And they had a really positive pre-season, really strong in the practice games. So they're taking that form into round 1. And again, big chance to win next week against Noble Park.
That's going to be a ripping game, that now, the way that's... And, a guy like Cerulis in the ruck could actually really take over. And because he's a man, Mountain Cerulis, and if Noble Park are struggling for height, he could really take control of the midfield.
Yeah, it's what we would call, Brash, one of your 8-point games.
Yeah,
it is.
Well, I will say this, the depth looks like it's stacking up a bit better for Berwick. They've gotten a season under their belt, a lot of these younger players, and it seems like they've kept, again, the core group of their playing group. Yes, you lose guys like Wild Wool, Ding Andrew to Division 2 clubs, Josh Parker as well, but you've still got the likes of Braden Bowden, Jesse Cerulis, Tom Brennan, who has a bit of experience, and Jai Neal as well. Taj Delarue coming in alongside Jordan Andrews, who Delarue had an impact, Andrews didn't, and we know what he's capable of. So, many people down Mornington Peninsula way would know what he's capable of. So, I certainly think there's a lot of positives to take out of this for Berwick. It's just... that might be the issue for them this year because they are a young side. They might not be able to run out games as strongly as they want to.
Josh, this might be the start of that real fortress that we spoke about last year down there on their home ground as well.
Yeah.
If they can get a bit of confidence up and win most of their home games, or at least put up good efforts down there, that's going to be a fortress.
And finally, the twilight game last night. Certainly was no twilight. There was no twilight there for South Croydon because they got messed up last night by East Ringwood, 5-10-40 to East Ringwood, 22-11-143. That's a nice welcome to the 2025 season if I've ever seen one, Ray.
And it's also shot your theory to we know where, Brash, about low-scoring twilight games too.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I will say this. Most of the East Ringwood scores did come in the second half. 18 goals to just the 1. They were trailing at half-time.
Wow. And Fox got 5 of them. Benell got 3 along with Wetherill and 2 each to Guymer and Keedle. And they didn't list any best players, though, East Ringwood, but for South Croydon, they didn't list any goal kickers. But they had Halloran best, Matt George best, so 2 young players, Kilpatrick, Cass and Marotta, experienced guys in the top 5. I don't think South Croydon were expecting something like that.
No, I don't think so.
No, I actually was really surprised when I woke up this morning and saw that result come through. I would love to actually go back and have a look at this game.
I'm going to have a watch of it.
Yeah, because obviously when you kick 18 goals to 1 in a second half, I don't know if potentially was there injuries with South Croydon where they lost. It almost, Brash, it's a bit of a... reminds me of that game last year at East Ringwood against Doncaster East where they just absolutely smoked them at home early on. I thought East Ringwood would win, but never did I think they were going to win this game by 100 points.
Well, they did have some VFL listed players playing for them. Josh Toby in his first game for East Ringwood, Jamer Henry, who is on Box Hill Hawks VFL list, and Connor Downey as well. He's a very handy inclusion, having been on Hawthorn's AFL list. So they were pretty much at full strength, East Ringwood, but it still came as a shock, given South Croydon did have Liam Shields playing for them, and it has to have come down to injuries. We may not know some of those injuries.
Oh,
but
maybe. I don't know.
Because the only way that sort of thing does happen, and that's how it happened with East, with Doncaster East last year. They got injuries in the second quarter where basically their players couldn't come back on the field in the second half, which absolutely robbed them of rotation. I'm betting that's probably what might have happened here, because you don't see,
unless East Ringwood are just that good,
or unless South Croydon have dropped off a fair bit, and they shouldn't, because they've picked up a lot of good players.
They had a strong side listed yesterday. They had a lot of good players in that side. So I don't know. We're going to probably we'll certainly know a bit more when we have a look at the footage.
I think what South Croydon can take out of it is their first half was okay. It's not as though they've come out on the park and East Ringwood have just run them from day one. At least they've put in half a game.
Yeah,
okay?
true.
So that can become, like I said, injuries, fitness, whatever, and all that type of thing.
So what's everyone's take after? All right, we've had two rounds basically of 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yep.
What's everyone's take on how the competition is situated, Ray?
Well, I want to just talk about Premier for a start. Now,
Okay.
I've looked at yesterday's point system.
Yep.
Now, we all know that 46 points is the maximum.
Yep.
Yesterday, Doncaster East, 46 points. East Ringwood, 45 points. South Croydon, 46 points. There's 3 of your clubs that most of us think we're going to play in the finals. Yep. Now, is they going to be affected at some stage during the season getting players into that point system, Bresh?
Well, on that, actually, because there was no VFL, I reckon a few of those sides are affected with that and had a few more points. So potentially some of these guys won't be available and they'll be okay. Yeah. But as you said, I mean, and Baldwin haven't played yet either.
No,
they've got a lot of VFL.
But so you compare that, and I'm not pushing Roval's point, but Roval's 28 points yesterday.
Yeah.
And they had a couple of...
They got a lot of homegrown talent, don't they?
That's it.
I'll say this about Doncaster. It didn't look like they had that many VFL-listed players play for them, because obviously they've picked up a lot of players from the AFL level. I think that's why their point system is really high. I know Josh Shackey was a 6-pointer for them yesterday.
They played well too.
Yeah.
Well, my takes are that I think positions 2, 3 and 4 in Div 4 are up for grabs towards the end of the year.
Yes.
In Division 3, I can see a split between 5 sides dominating and 5 being part of.
I agree, there's going to be that split.
Division 2 will not be decided till round 18. Division 1, I think, will also go down to round 14, mainly because there's only 16 games in the season and too early to call. But the only thing that I didn't like about the first round so far in Premier Division was the losing margins. That's the only thing that I didn't like.
It's a slight concern. The one thing for Div 4, you are right. I think 4 or 5 sides have a case in Div 4 to get to get into finals. Div 2, I reckon, is the 4 top sides, and then the rest will be battling it out for 5th spot.
Well, gents, that's pre-match and the weekend recovery done and dusted. And when we come back, the call team will assemble and the big clash. Mitcham and Vermont coming to you live on YouTube and Facebook will be next, right here for the Eastern Football Netball League.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
And welcome out to Walker Park today, the MCG of the Eastern Football Netball League for the big standalone Premier Division clash between the Mitcham Tigers and the Vermont Eagles. My name is Ben Warren Smith and we are pumped to be out here today. There's a big crowd brewing. The grandstand's pretty full, the car park. There's still some spots out there if you're making your way through to the venue today, and we're really excited about what Mitcham might be able to do in Premier Division. They've worked hard to get themselves back up here. It's been 19 years since these two teams, a massive rivalry going back a long, long time, have played each other, and there's smiles on faces everywhere. The weather's fantastic. The ground is absolute carpet. I could not be more impressed with it. Checked that out earlier, so congratulations to all the committee and grounds people who are at the Mitcham Football Club and Cricket Club, of course, to just get this game up and about, and we're excited for it. And let's introduce the team today in riding shotgun. Been looking forward to this all week. It's been a couple of years, but I feel very, very comfortable sitting next to Gav Casey this afternoon. Good afternoon, mate.
G'day, Ben. It's fantastic to be next to you and to be back watching the FNL and to see Mitcham in the top division, a grand old club, one of the old clubs of this great patch of football heritage, and they're playing an old rival in Vermont. It's been 19 years since they played each other. 4 premierships in lower divisions for Mitcham in the last 10 years. It took them 2 premierships to finally get promoted into this division. They deserve their spot. They are a great club, they are a great host, and on a 30-degree day here on Sunday, it's going to be hot today.
The endless Indian summer is what we're calling it, and it's a very good afternoon. He's back in a chair that he's most comfortable. Ray Baird, in special comments today. G'day, Ray.
Yeah, good guys, great to be here. Now, you guys probably didn't hear in our little podcast before that these two teams actually amalgamated way back for 3 seasons. So that goes into the rivalry as well.
When was that?
Oh, before my time.
1930s, I think, or something.
Before his time.
your time. Wowza. That is a long time
Anywhere
ago.
between now and 4.3 billion years ago.
It's great to have you here, Ray. And how do you see things panning out today? Yeah, turn your ear thing up.
Right.
No. Elmer, turn your hearing aid on.
Check your battery.
You always give me the
No, I was going to say, what are you expecting to see today?
Oh, what am I expecting? I'm expecting to see a real good first half of football, quite even, but then I think, all in all, I do think the cream of Vermont will come to the top.
Yeah, no, it seems that way. A man who he bleeds gold and purple, and he did a magnificent job hosting yesterday's pre-game and special comments, and he's doing the exact same thing today with hosting our wrap-up show this morning, which we were able to watch live today, which was fantastic. It's a very good afternoon to you, Wayne Brusher.
Thank you, BWS. Good afternoon, listeners, and good afternoon to the world. All these Vermont and Mitcham supporters who may be travelling the globe and are sitting in a nice hotel room or a pub watching this famed rivalry renewed. It's going to be a great contest, and look, I think it's going to be real close for 3 1/4 quarters. I think Vermont just with the little bit of class edge. I think they'll get across the line. They'll win by about 3 goals, BWS.
Okay, so you're giving Mitcham a little bit of a sniff there.
Yeah, you've got to respect them.
Well, Around the Grounds man on a Saturday afternoon has pulled out his stats book, which we love to see for this Sunday's game, and it's a very good afternoon. Paul Uconi.
Yeah, good afternoon, BWS. Good afternoon, gents. It's big crowd here, big buzz around Walker Park. I'm actually going an upset today. I'm going Mitcham by 2 goals. I just feel that, the sense of the occasion and here at Walker Park, they're going to be a hard team to beat here at Walker Park, and I just can see Mitcham getting up today.
Well, you're leading the tipping by 2, Paul. You can afford to take a punt here and there.
Not going to hold on to a lead too long when you're doing tips like that, though, I don't think. That's just my 2 bobs worth. We're just watching the toss of the coin in the middle of the ground at the moment. Might give us an opportunity after that. Mitcham have won, and they will be kicking to the, what are we calling it? The Maroondah Highway end of the ground out here. So right of your radio dial, right of your screen.
To the south.
To the south, all that sort of stuff. Towards Harvey Norman. Across the road.
Burson Auto Parts.
Out towards Forest Hill. But let's cross down Boundary Side for the first time this afternoon. And I'm hoping that the guys can hear us down there. And it's a very good afternoon to Chris Curtis and Josh Ward. Good afternoon, guys. Absolutely.
No, I think Ryan's got them
absolute shambles down there. So
they haven't turned anything on. I just gave them equipment and said, here you go.
Yeah.
It's not for me to teach them how to press a button.
Well, a ground report from myself, because I was down there earlier, is there is quite a strong breeze blowing to the right. So down to that Maroondah Highway end of the ground, it's blowing into the right forward pocket. Me and Gav sussed that out earlier, and that was definitely the way it was being played in the earlier games today.
And I knew you'd be down there just mingling in the crowd as you always do, BWS.
Well, there weren't too many babies to kiss after you'd already kissed them all, Ray. But no, it's great to be back out here again today. And Premier Division, it started yesterday. Obviously they start the week after everybody else because it's a standalone grand final. Some ripper results coming through, but this is a game we've all been set for. We've got gather round happening in the AFL over in Adelaide, and there's games at the Barossa, out at Norwood, at Adelaide Oval. There's no football at that level in Victoria, so why wouldn't you want to be tuning in today and having a squiz at the local football in the country's best of the best? And the best club in this competition, and has been for a very long time, is the Vermont Football Club. And clubs like Mitcham and any other club who comes up every year, year after year, into Premier Division, their request round 1 is to play against the Vermont Eagles. And they are a powerhouse of a club, and they're looking to have a good season, Brash.
They are, and I think all eyes will be on Sam Wiedemann this afternoon and Liam Whale-Buxton in the ruck. 2 big inclusions for the Vermont Football Club this year. Whale-Buxton brings a wealth of experience back into that midfield. It plays that follower's role really down to a tree. And Wiedemann coming in as primarily the full forward. They want to see him kick a few goals this year.
Gav Casey to get us underway for season 2025. It is Mitcham versus Vermont.
What a start for these 2 grand old clubs in the EFNL. Pushing forward is Mitcham, but it hasn't been a clear kick until it bounces in the hands of Vassis. Vassis gets it inside 50 for Vermont. Hand pass over the top. Trying to get forward was decent. He couldn't get it going. That was askew. Now it's Mitcham turning it over close in the boundary line. Missed kick towards Alexio. So Vermont load up again, and a short pass finds the legend, the champion, Johns, standing alone at centre forward. And he'll get a lot of it today, but not often. Brash, would you say he's not a prominent goal scorer for a midfielder? He doesn't usually drift forward for mark inside 50.
But he's the best kick I've seen in my lifetime over 50 metres. He hits a jam tin, I'm telling you. He's that deadly accurate.
So it's a 45
There's
arc.
a jam tin in between the goalposts, Brush.
From 43 metres, he puts it right post. It's drifting back. He's curled it beautifully. Like a scientist, he judged that perfectly. To precision it was. A goal on the board to Vermont. They're straight into it. 1 straight 6 leading Mitcham. Yet to score.
The only thing you can't afford to do with Lockie Johns is let him stand on his own, Gav, at centre forward on a miss kick.
Yeah.
Because you'll make you pay.
Yeah, the turnover, Mitcham under a heap of pressure when it got out to half forward and there was an open kick. And Johns, smart player, knows the read of the play, stood alone 40 metres out. First goal on the board for Vermont.
Ball back in the middle. The rucks and Buxton and Baglava went up against it, but it came right down. Clearance for Mitcham. Inside forward 50 they go. Ball paddles away. Who's going to pick this one up? It was nicely done there by Barton Smith. His handball was intercepted though. The clearing kick out for the Eagles goes out wide, looking for Barlow, who tried to keep the ball alive, almost tricked the boundary umpire, and it goes out of bounds.
Good to see Chris Barlow's son, Kai Barlow, getting his opportunity in the senior lineup at Vermont. He's worked his backside off for this opportunity, and good luck to Kai this afternoon. I hope it all goes well for him.
Well said, Brash, as the umpire throws it in. Buxton got a little nudge there from Baglava, and he'll receive the free kick. So the big man, Liam Buxton, was looking for some support, running out wide. That was okay. It was Calder on the right boot, drives it up towards the half-forward line. They've got the numbers over the back. Here's Johns on the right boot, kicks it right towards the top of the goal square. It's as easy as you like when you do it like that. And the mark has been taken by Zach Tyson from point-blank range.
Yeah, really good transition there from Vermont, Ray, off that half-back line.
It was actually perfect, Brash.
So, Vermont, the first goal only moments ago. We've only been going 2.5 minutes here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They're kicking against the breeze, the Eagles. And you can all but certainly mark this one down as a 6-pointer, as Tyson is going to come all the way to the line here. I think a 25-metre penalty has been paid, so he'll kick this hopefully into the nets, and he does. Otherwise, we might have had a 5-minute wait for the ball to come back there. Goal to Tyson, that's his first of season 2025. Vermont have 2, and they lead by that margin.
Not the start that Mitcham would be looking for. I think they just got to tighten up, Brash, on that back line.
Yeah, they do, because the thing is, Vermont like to create space in their forward 50 and spread wide. Mitcham are going to have to be aware of that all afternoon.
And also they've got to be aware when Vermont spread wide as well, they've got to watch that corridor, Mitcham.
Baglava jumps in this time just to get Buxton off, and it's an off-the-ball free kick going to Uren. He's from the centre of Walker Park, loads up in inside 50, and nearly a mark for Mitcham. Drop ball. Still the pressure on the Vermont defence. Wilcox can't get out of a tackle, and he'll have to hand it back to the umpire.
Good match-up, Luke Vassas on the captain here.
Buxton too big, taps it over his shoulder. Johns couldn't run onto it, goes back for it though. He's under a heap of pressure, ground level ball. Crittopoulos couldn't get it going forward, so it's a turnover ball. Vermont out of trouble just for the moment. Middle of the ground, whistle blows, and it's a free kick to Mitcham. The smothered ball, too quick to play on, didn't get back from the mark, so it's going to rush ball into centre forward. Now dashing through. Mitcham, another smothered ball. They're up for the 5 Vermont defensively, and Emery runs away from the congestion and puts it out sideways, and half back, steady time for the Eagles.
Yeah, like I said, the big match-up, Jesse Wren and Lucas Vassas, is going to be one to watch this afternoon.
Well, they had their chances, the Tigers, but now the Eagles go streaming forward. Bouncing football picked up there by Nicholas. He's quickly wrapped up, strong tackle, Vassas. And we will have a ball holding the ball, so it's been rewarded as well.
He stood there and he just waited for the tackle. I agree with the umpire. He waited for
it was going to go one way, then he stopped, so we're prior opportunity.
Yeah, definitely.
So it will be Lucas Vassas to have the third shot on goal for Vermont in first 5 minutes of this first term in the Premier Division match of the day, thanks to Eastland today. And they're kicking against the breeze as well, so off to an absolute flyer. Vassas spins the ball around. He'll kick from 40. Just a couple of steps, he keeps it low, and he pushed it way right, so it goes out of bounds on the full, and a chance for the Tigers through Maguire to bring the ball back into play.
So Maguire, last line defence, scoreboard. Doesn't see Mitcham on it yet. They trail by 12 points, 2 goals. And that's a long kick. There's the example of the wind. Johns read it nicely. The back. No, that was Davis. Gets it, and now going forward. Now they're steadying at half forward. What's the inside 50 play? Long ball. Mitcham have got the numbers drifting back. Flyers go at it. Ground level. Ducks into the tackle. Does the Vermont player. Hands off to Spencer on the run. Left foot, left pocket. He drifts away from the goals and misses it to the left side.
Gee, that back line of Mitcham is under the pump early. Vermont are running all over them here. They've got to man up very quickly here.
Yeah, one thing Mitcham's got to realise, when you go up a division, that ball's going to move a lot quicker than what they've been used to last season.
So it'll be Flynn Maguire just waiting for the ball to come back in. So they've had all the running so far, the Eagles. So Maguire just takes off a little bit. Bit of a helicopter punt kick up towards the wing position. It was a difficult one to mark that time. Lovell at the fall. The ball quickly wrapped up by Davies, and we'll have a ball up just outside the centre square, right in front of the broadcast, right in front of the grandstand as we go to Paul Yaconi in the Stats Centre.
Yeah, the inside 50 so far in this contest are 5-3 the way of Vermont.
Alexio almost took it out from the stoppage, came barging through Uren. Little handball over the top. It was chopped off by Oppie, got the quick handball away. The up and under kick goes along the wing, getting underneath it. Jesse Uren, what a superstar, favourite son of this football club.
Gutsy mark there by Uren.
100%. Takes a fantastic grab. The fancy yellow boots today just poked it up towards the wing position. He had two players to raffle it there, but Johns was able to mop up there for the Eagles. Short pass was on. Matty Wilcox comes out and takes the mark. Sorry, it was Fraser Smith, I should say. The difference between red and brown hair as Smith tried to break the tackle. Just got the handball away in the nick of time. Barnes got the handball away, and now it's in the arms of Lucas Marrow on the wing position. Wants to take off, use the wind to his advantage. Kicks the ball inside forwards 50, looking for Persis. It's going to sit up okay for the big man. On the left boot, Persis! You little beauty!
Yeah, good goal.
That's how you open it up when Premier Division styles. Fantastic goal there to Cam Persis. The Tigers get there first. The margin back to 7 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've gone 8 minutes.
And the credit must go to Lucas Marrow. That pick was centimetre perfect.
Yeah, Fraser Smith paid the penalty for trying to be a little bit too cute there. Probably should have gone back and had a shot for goal and put it in the goal square. You'll learn from that mistake.
Yep.
I think Mitcham got if they're going to play a game plan of getting men behind the ball, the equivalent of the old Pagans paddock, they've got to have players running with the flight of the ball when they get it, catapulting off half back, and this time well done by Persis to be on the end of the kick forward by Marrow. And then the one-on-one contest, he made the most of it, ducked back inside once he read the bounce of the ball, hooked it around for a nice goal. Tap one by the ruckman for Mitcham, trying to get the kick going. Again, they go inside 50. No mark taken by Carter. Hand pass inboard, finds Lovell. Lovell on the burst, kicks a goal. And it's straight through the middle, and it's now seized up to a second goal on the board for Mitcham, and it's a close game again. 9 minutes into the quarter, Mitcham 2 straight 12, trailing Vermont 2-1, 13.
And the double whammy there to Mitcham. Great 2 goals, put themselves back into the game.
Yeah, they had to respond and respond well.
Yeah.
Just how crucial, really. It's basically come down to the centre clearances. Both sides have scored their 2 goals from winning those centre clearances.
Well, Vermont got the jump, but Mitcham have stemmed the flow nicely. Buxton gave a little shove to Baglava, who's just screaming to the umpire, going, "Cop the elbow there, old mate." But he not having a bar of that one, as the ball will be restarted here right in the middle of Walker Park, the MCG of the Eastern Football Netball League. The Rucks go at it. Buxton over the top. He has to rove his own football. Got the handball away, and here's a go for the Eagles. On the left boot, the kick goes inside forward 50. It'll hold up in the breeze. It was a nice timely fist away. It's still sitting across that half forward line there for the Eagles. Nice handball there by Calder. Got it away to Barlow, who was brought down in a strong tackle right near the dugout of the Vermont Football Club, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in. A bit of argy-bargy.
No, I don't mind seeing that.
Oh, we want it, don't we? We don't want to bring back the biff, but a little bit of how do you do? It's the start of the season, of course. So the umpire brings the ball back in now as Baglava got the little knockdown from the front, came out, scooped upon there by Crampton. He's in a bit of trouble. Handball over the top to Uren, who wanted to palm it out to Motta, but the double fister went over the boundary line and out of bounds. We'll have a boundary throwing right in across the 45-metre arc. We've gone 10.5 now in the first term, and it's a 1-point lead to the Eagles.
Interesting decision there by Uren to not take it in hands first. Pushed off, free kick against Tyson in the ruck. Clear push off to get possession. It'll be free kick to Baglava. Mitcham, he'll be happy when Buxton's not contesting him.
Probably lucky not to give the 25 away either.
Yeah, the whistle was probably later than the kick, just if we're being generous to Vermont. Long kick goes through hands. Vermont have set up behind the ball. Davies, he takes on 2 tacklers. Did the hand pass connect? The umpire said it did. So it's Barnes who goes in for Mitcham, takes the ball, takes on tacklers, and it'll be a ball up half forward for Mitcham.
One thing Neil Winterton wouldn't have been happy then was all the Mitcham players went for the ball, left 3 defenders behind the pack and the ball come over the back.
Yeah, with the wind, it's going to be hard to judge the hand connecting to the marks, I reckon, going that end because of the flow of the ball. Sounded like Dermy with my technical talk about marking and forward craft. It's another ball up close to the boundary line at half forward. Rucks go at it. Tap ground level gets to Barnes. Kicks around the corner, but Vermont are there to chop it off.
Yep, and they'll have a chance to work themselves out of that defensive zone as Dixon, yep. Don't do that all day, Brash. Do my head in. Goes out, Fraser Smith on the right boot. Short passes on. It was a scrabbler of a kick, and Banfield sees it over the boundary line as we cross over to Paul Yaconi on the stats bench.
The tackles so far are 7-6 in favour of Vermont, and the clearances are 3 apiece.
Thank you very much, Paul Yaconi today, working hard on the stats as the umpire brings the ball back in and got caught up in the breeze there. It might go for a repeat. Take 2. Tyson was running onto that one, running away. The umpire said, bring it back. So it'll be Lovell to go up against Tyson. Little flick over the back there by Lovell, did okay, got a valuable 10 metres or so inside forward 50 for the Tigers. The quick kick goes towards the top of the goal square, but a whistle's blown. It'll be a high tackle and will be going the way of the Eagles. Free kick going in the arms of James Ross, who just pokes it over the top. So they'll use the wing here. There's a scrappy handball, came in Alexio, had to work hard for it over the top there at Banfield. Alexio did really well. Little handball inside. This will be a go. Going forward, Townsend right to the top of the goal square, bouncing football. It just bounced inside. It hit the point post, so out of bounds it will be. Right forward pocket, Mitcham's end.
Boundary.
Let's cross down boundary side for the first time this afternoon to Chris Curtis.
Josh Watt here, BWS. Thanks so much. We had some technical difficulties before, but there was a bit of argy-bargy once again off the ball, just on that left half forward flank for Mitcham.
I love those technical difficulties of not turning your machine on. Short passes on. Can't get away with anything up here. Askew takes the mark across that half back line. Short pass was on to Greenwood. Alex Greenwood, been a great player for Vermont. On the left now, just pokes it really. He's get a big fly up there from Calder, and it was going to be tough because Zach Elms was right on his hammer over the boundary line and out of bounds, right in front of the faithful.
Free kick though, given.
Out of bounds on the full, that one was.
Wiedemann couldn't take the mark in front, so it's a kick now by Donoghue. Goes inside 50. Contest for the ball with Wilcox puts one arm up just to try to mark it. He couldn't drag it in. Mitcham nearly pounced right close to the boundary line and point post. It'll be a ball up. Wilcox had the good position, but the wind took it over his head again. So it's going to be in play big time today, I reckon, going to the Maroondah Highway end. It's going to be tricky conditions for a marking contest. Boundary throw in, that goes deep and long. Push off by the Vermont ruckman. Ground level ball knows a scrap for it. No clear contender winning it yet. Motta gets his foot to the ball, but it's not a shot at goal, and it drags off in the pocket, but the clearing kick clears itself out of bounds on the full, so turnover ball, and Mitcham will have a shot at goal from 45.
Gee, that's a really poor kick there by Tyson Calder. Should have done a lot better than that.
And Carter, well, he's handed it over, so it's now in the hands of DeVellin, and he's really sizing this up. What do we say? Is it right post?
This is as Carter's shot as it's going to get.
And near side, the wind wasn't working for him on that one, and he just couldn't spear it straight through the middle. Misses the left, minor score. We're all tied up. 15 minutes of Premier League football in the EFNL. Welcome back, Mitcham, taking on the champs, Vermont, 2-1, 13 apiece.
So just taking off here is Tyson Calder. Keeps the ball nice and low. It was a beautiful kick too. Kobe Askew takes the mark across the half back line, far side of Walker Park. Goes back inboard. It's okay, Dixon. On the right boot now. It's a short pass. It didn't travel the required distance, but Greenwood was there to give the handball up towards the half forward line. They go now, working hard to try and get a possession, and clearing it out there was Emery. Went this way, then went that way. Now they've got the time. Inside forward 50. Who's going to be the big flyer? The big fist over the back there by Maguire at the fall. The ball, it comes out. Kalkowski, can he keep it alive? He doesn't have to because Askew goes for goal. Askew goes for goal, and it gets touched on the line. Well, we're up and about here in the box for that one. That was going to be an early contender for the Tobin brothers' goal of the day. They regain the lead, the Vermont Eagles. 2-2-14 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and it is Mitcham 2-1-13. We've crossed 16 and a half.
Flynn Maguire's got the ball. He walks himself out of the... and he tumbles the ball. He went it through the length. It didn't tumble straight. Buxton's fighting, and he's fighting 4. He'll take on all tacklers, and Kotopoulos did well. Pulled him to the ground, and it'll be a ball up. Half forward for Vermont, half back for Mitcham here at Walker Park.
Won a good stoppage there, well, Buxton.
Yeah, he was outnumbered, but he's got so much strength. There's only one man who wanted to take him on. Credit to the Mitcham player there to take him down. Now the ball hasn't won forward by Emery. Quick hand pass, can't get the runner free. Now the quick kick in forward, been chopped off by Caulfield. Great player in their premiership winning game grand final effort last year, won the medal. His kick has been chopped off. And here go Vermont again. They've got a player on in Calder. Calder has to just prop. Goes over his reaching fingertips. Turnover ball. Mara can't take it with him. So Vermont might be able to compose themselves. Hand pass to McCafferty's. A lot of heat on him. And it's been a stacks on the mill ball on the wing here at Walker Park. And it's hot now. I think the pressure on the ball handler is getting high. Heat in the temperature, heat on the ball carrier. Mara, his narrow tackle was kick forward, has been smothered, and good play by Vermont to keep it on the wing, and it's out of bounds for ball in.
And a lot of heat up here in the commentary box. I think I'll lose 3 kilos up here today. But great work with Lee Green bringing in the old mobile Fujitsu air conditioner.
No, that's an EcoFlow. No sponsorship, but if they do want to drop a few...
We'll take another system or two, no problem. Yeah, good work, Lee. Is half forward line Crampton for the Tigers. He's going to kick it to the top of the goal square or thereabouts. It was fisted away. It was fisted into the behind post, so that means it'll be a boundary throw in. Left forward pocket. Paul Coney on the stat centre.
Yeah, the inside 50s, Mitcham lead. That's now 10-8, and the free kicks are Mitcham's way, 5-2.
Oh, it took a while, gave time for Buxton. The big man just to basically go up unopposed. Barging through, though, was Kotopoulos. Couldn't get boot to ball. They're going to get out of the danger zone here through Askew, though, the Eagles. But the kick only went as far as Donahue, who couldn't quite trap the ball. And it trickles over the boundary line and out of bounds.
No, free kick.
Free kick too high.
It is going to be a free kick to Donahue, okay. So, once again, Mitcham seem to have owned the last 10 minutes or so. The Tigers, they're playing very well. The kick was perfect. Straight down the throat of Danny Baglava, the big ruckman who just went into the hole, into a great spot and stuck up the big mitts, and they held.
Since he left Baldwin, Ray, Baglava has become a much more improved footballer and has really found his niche here at Mitcham.
Well, at Mitcham he's been the number 1 ruckman, hasn't he? And that makes a heck of a difference.
So, take the lead for the first time in Premier Division for the Tigers, of course, coming up from Division 1 last year. Crowd will tell the story here. He just crosses the 45, kicks towards goal. He kicked it hard, he kicked it strong, he kicked it straight. The big man has his first. Mitcham have their third, and on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, they lead by 5 points, 3-1-19 to 2-2-14.
Brash, as BW alluded to just before, the last 10-12 minutes have been owned by Mitcham.
They have, and Vermont have made some very uncharacteristic tackling mistakes in that back 50 there. A lot of head-high tackles. They need to eradicate that from their game.
They might want to get first to the ball then, if they're going to not going to tackle properly.
Well, they've had opportunities, Gav.
It's interesting because I didn't see this inside 50 surge from Mitcham in the first 10 minutes. It felt like, we're in a bit of trouble here from a Mitcham's perspective. But they've bounced back well to now have the inside 50 advantage to 11-8 or 12-8 it might be now. Paul will update me in a sec. Ball up again, secondary ball up, centre of the ground. Now Mitcham lead by 5 in this first term, their first return into the Premier Division. Ball goes out wide, McCafferty's on it, hands out to a wider runner. Now the spearing ball half forward leading up to the ball and not getting it was Smith. So he's spoiled ball, he chased after it but he can't beat it to the boundary line and it's out of bounds, just forward to centre wing.
Vermont are not as clean with the ball with their delivery and they're not hitting their targets either.
No.
Yeah, you're right there, Gav. The inside 50s are 11 to 8 Mitcham's way.
So they're using the wind. They cop the first goal. Now they'll go forward through the ruck. Long ball by Baglava. On the bounce, it's Wilcox doing well. He's been steady, but his hand pass didn't hit the target. It falls to the ground where Alexio will mop up. His kick was too short for anything, but it bounces in the hands of Donahue. Donahue on the run from 40. Didn't compose, and he only hit it left. Missed it. It's 3-2-20 Mitcham. 1 goal ahead of Vermont. 2-2-14. We're into time on. 21 minutes gone in this term.
The one thing I've noticed is Mitcham are really hitting the contest hard in their forward 50. Vermont are not getting enough time to steady and get the ball out on their terms.
Take the most of all your opportunities. And a little hip and shoulder there on Uren, who played for an Oscar to get a free kick. As the kick comes out now, mark's been taken by the big man in Buxton. So has a little bit of time, had running support there as the kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Needing to beat 4 players was Wiedemann, and he did just that, and the handball was off, and now here go the Eagles. The kick went straight into the man on the mark on the 45, and now the Tigers a chance to repel up towards the wing position. It was looking there for Kritopoulos, but it was chopped off, and they've got the numbers in the middle of the ground here where Davies just had to, well, he didn't take the mark in the end because the whistle was brought back, so I said got to go over the man on the mark. So 6 points is the margin. 3-2-20 to 2-2-14. And the man who's had a lot of the ball in this first term, Lockie Dixon, kicked it up towards the wing position, and the commentator's curse got him that time. As the mark's been taken by Max Donahue, kicked a goal in this first quarter, and has been quite presentable for the Tigers so far. On the left boot, drives the ball up towards the half-forward line, and a strong mark taken there by Kritopoulos. He'll have to go long here. There's a lot of players drifting back in towards the 50, so it's going to be anyone's ball as it kicked up, and Askew had eyes only for the football, and he takes the mark. So he's in the left forward back pocket. Ball pocket for Mitcham. Short passes on. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today. Streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. A couple of shout outs to Jess, Mark and Trav, who are tuning in today. Trav's nickname is the Secretary. As the kick goes up and under, out towards the half back line. It stays alive there. Inside forward 50, the Tigers go right towards the line. Marrow was at the back. He wanted to cherry pick that one. The mark by Townsend.
No free kick.
Well, wasn't taken, but he was held. And the big man will go back and have a shot from point blank range. He's on a difficult angle, but expect him to run around like most people do now that play the game of AFL football, even if they're directly in front. He'll put this one through. So Jai Townsend. I'd say it's about a 2-goal breeze out there, so you'd be wanting to go in at quarter time with this, and I think they've, after a slow start where Vermont really jumped in the first 3 minutes, it's really been a quarter owned by the Tigers. They've done a super job. As Townsend comes in, he won't make a mess of this one. He kicks it straight through the middle.
Boundary.
First goal on the board to Townsend, and they've got 4 now, the Mitcham Tigers, 4-2-26 to 2-2-14. Let's cross down boundary side.
Yeah, just touching on that, Breeze, BWS, you are right. It is probably a 2 or 3 goal advantage. So if Mitcham get another one here, they'll go into quarter time very happy.
Yeah, this is a good lead now. When they conceded the first 2 goals, did Mitcham to kick 4 in this term, and still time for more. Their ascendancy now inside 50, capitalising on turnover balls. Parsons not hitting the mark going forward for Vermont. Tackling pressure by Mitcham's gone up, putting pressure on the ball carrier. Let's get some stats from Paul.
Yes, the clearances are 8-6 the way of Mitcham, and the inside 50s, they're well on top in that regard. Mitcham 15-8.
Buxton, taller man, but it's been rowed by the Tigers. And now the umpire's getting involved a lot. He's seeing a lot off the ball, and it was a throw for that one that. I don't see how it was a throw.
It was more of a fumble than a throw.
Yeah, you don't throw it to yourself.
No.
Well, is it a throw when you dropping it?
He went to grab it and he fumbled it and then got it again.
Don't worry.
I don't like to bag umpires, but that didn't seem like anything that should have been penalised. We'll move on.
I'm equally perplexed.
So it's a free kick to Vermont. It's now going the other way that it was only a moment ago. Big punch from the Tigers. Ground level ball won by Vermont. They've got the players like Wiedemann coming late. Oh. He's now got the contest, and at ground level the Tigers hold up. They go into the middle of Walker Park. Bouncing ball. Eludes Townsend, but he's got some help. Kritopoulos trying to get onto it. He might have to be the tackler. It's spilling around. Inside tight. Tigers get it out. Townsend's got a man all on his own running with the flight of the ball back with the... with the ball going to the Maroondah Highway, but dejected is Persis because he was one-on-one with Wilcox, who's over both of the heads, but the ball kept running on him.
He also had Jesse Uren going down the corridor on a shorter kick that he just missed didn't see him.
I think if he just propped it a little bit, it would have been the clever play.
Vermont nearly paid the penalty for over-exaggerating the ball.
Buxton went up against Persis. Buxton just wanted every bit of getting it out of the way and threw for a minor score. So just gifted them another point there. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 26 and a half gone here in the first term on our standalone Premier Division match of the day. It's 27 playing 14. As the short passes on. So Vermont, will they just try and hold the ball up here in the last minute or so in this first term? The Tigers are pressing though, and a chance for Barton Smith, who swings around now inside forward 50. In the front spot there was Matty Wilcox. He palmed it down. The Tigers do have the numbers, but the umpire has the whistle, which means he's the boss, and he's going to come in and restart this one as quick as possible. Goes up now. Who really wanted it? Persis was the only one. He went up unattended. It's a bouncing football. Might scoop away there for Barnes, who's brought down in a strong Tyson Cole to tackle right near the boundary line, and we'll have another ball up. Bumper crowd out here. They're still
Great
coming
crowd.
in. Sensational. You can't see it in front of us, but the grandstand is absolutely chockers. As the umpire comes up now, Persis got the knockdown. Spinning on a throop there was Motter. Got it away. Here's Barnes. Barnes around the corner. It went right across the face. That's where the wind drifts. It pushes it across that right-hand side, but it bounced inside the paint. So we'll have a boundary throw in right forward pocket, Mitcham's end.
I will say this, I think Vermont are being soundly beaten around the clearances and stoppages at the moment. They can't get their hands on the football, and then when they do, their disposal to their fellow opponent player is not good.
Persis front position. It's bobbling around, dangerous here. Kick off the ground. Didn't go anywhere for Vermont. They're under siege here. And
Boundary.
on the ball of the Tigers. We just got time for a boundary rider comment.
I'll say this about the Mitcham midfield. They're doing this really well without Jesse Uren having a big impact, who's been closely followed by Lucas Vassis in that midfield.
Yep, you can see them in the contest, but it's a clearing kick for Vermont. Going back with the flight of it. No mark taken by Carter. Here goes Emery. Emery runs around one and passes it to who he thought was a teammate. He's got a bit of yellow in his jumper, but it's mostly black. And the kick was marked by Emery, so he's made up for it. It's like, well, he may have felt sorry for him, did Donahue. And there'll be no shot at goal for Vermont. There's comedy of errors late in that quarter. What a great start to the 2025 campaign. The return for the Tigers into the Premier Division. Mitcham leading Vermont 4-2-26. to 2-2-14. So 4-3-27 to 2-2-14.
Goal kickers on the ground for Mitcham. Baglava, Donahue, Persis and Townsend have won, whilst Lockie Johns opened the account for both sides today. He has won, as does Zach Tyson. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast this afternoon. Streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 1 quarter down, 3 to go, and it's Mitcham by 12 points.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and memory maker app Make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out to Walker Park, the home of the Eastern Football Netball League. We love calling it that, and it's picture perfect this afternoon. It's a huge standalone clash. It's Premier Division football today, and it's Mitcham. Welcome back to the Premier League, and what a great, fantastic opening term they had after getting jumped early, 4-2-26. They lead by 2 goals, Wayne Brasher, at quarter time.
Yeah, and I think it came down to the clearances in the midfield, right? Vermont got the opening couple, but all of a sudden they started to break even in the midfield, Mitcham, and then they won the odd one here and there and started to push the ball forward. But the one thing that I did like about the Mitcham forwards is they were really aggressive and attacking the ball carrier, and they were causing a lot of pressure and putting a lot of pressure on the Vermont back 6. Vermont, when they got the ball, they turned around and they went short, didn't kick to position well. Their tackling was poor. When they got the ball in their forward 50, too many players going up against each other and not enough crummers, and Mitcham were able to run the ball out. That being said, Mitcham kicked with the wind. They probably might have actually left a goal or two on the scoreboard, but that being said, their intent was a lot more resolute than what Vermont is, and I think Vermont are going to have to open it up a little bit in the second half, which they did in the opening 10 minutes, Gav.
Symptomatic, I think, was Emery running away from the pack, and the 3 players, and when he thought he had a shotgun hand pass, it was actually a Mitcham player.
Yeah.
So do you think they're a bit spooked by the pressure late in that quarter?
I think I do, because I think every time Mitcham put pressure on their ball carrier, they turned the ball over, and they tackled crudely as well. I think there was 4 free kicks inside there in the inside 50 that Vermont gave away because they waited for Mitcham to pick up the ball, but then they tackled him while the Mitcham bloke was over the ball instead of grabbing them before.
Yeah.
You know, and as soon as the player ducks, Gav, and you're leaning all over them or trying to get them from the top, you're going to give a free kick away. And I think, and like I said, they're going to have to. They need to work on their tackling a little bit, but they need to run and spread Vermont, and blokes like Kalkowski, who needs to get into the contest, and they've also got to open it up for Wiedemann. Otherwise, he's not even going to get a chance to kick a goal.
Let's go down boundary side to Chris Curtis, who was over at the huddle with Matt Adolph and the Vermont Eagles.
Well, it's a terrific segue, boys, that you just mentioned Sam Wiedemann, because I was talking about getting the footy wide and then getting it in the centre. One thing I noticed early on is when Wiedemann's jumping in the footy, he's got at least 3 or 4 black jumpers going with him. So they're trying to get layers to the contest, go wide, and then hit the 1v1s.
Boundary.
Great stuff there. Let's go over to the smiling assassin, who's with Neil Winterton.
Sure am, with alongside Neil Winterton, who's just having a chat with someone. So we'll be one second. Neil, must be pleased with the impact that you guys were able to have after Vermont got off to the fast start.
Yeah, I just thought in that first probably 5 minutes we're just a little bit messy and probably didn't take territory with that breeze and utilise that to our best of our ability. But I thought we adjusted after that, and yeah, I was happy with the last probably 20 minutes of that quarter. Midfield in particular looked like they really stepped it up in that period. Yeah, it's going to be a challenge for us each week. The guys have gone from being, if you want to call them the top dogs in Div 1 to now we're playing against a quality midfield every week, and the boys are up for the challenge, and I was happy with how they handled it in that quarter.
And what's the message for this quarter?
just keep up the pressure. We can see that when they get their running game going, they're going to be really, really hard to stop. And obviously with the breeze, we can't allow them to do that. So it's that pressure, be in their face and make sure they're under pressure when they're using the footy.
Thanks, Neil. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thanks, mate.
Great stuff there, Josh, with Neil, as we're waiting for the last few people to make their way off the venue. What's the feeling down like around the crowd, Raymond?
Look, a great first quarter. As you all said, that Vermont jumped out of the blocks, but I like the way the
Boundary.
Mitcham side come back really hard at the football.
Cross down boundary side.
I will say this, that breeze has started to pick up heading into this second quarter.
So we're saying a 3-goal breeze.
3 or 4 or 5 goal breeze even.
Here's Gav Casey for the second quarter.
Buxton v Baglava. Buxton uses his weight advantage, gets the tap back behind. Now the run from behind the centre was McCafferty. McCafferty spears it into Wiedemann. He spills over. The pack falls over. Now Mitcham kick it out, but they kick it out of the ground. So the clearing kick is a mistake and being pushed and shoved on Baldwin, just to say, you made an error there, mate. And it's in the hands of Vermont.
Kicked it into the Civic Centre, into the ballet over there.
Well, if they wanted time to set up a zonal defence, they've clearly got that. It's in the hands of Oppie. Oppie now drives it in the hot spot, 15 out. Wiedemann late. Fist goes to the Tigers. Ground level ball bouncing towards Calder. Calder can't take control. He's got some help. It's not getting out of the pack for Vermont, not the way they wanted. Bouncing ball hits the Critopoulos. He shares it out. Now they'll just clearing kick. Numbers will be with the yellow. The Eagles have got it. Barlow hands it off to his teammate, and now they'll get it down the wing. Bouncing ball. First at it was the Tiger, and it's now a hand pass forward by Baldwin, and it's out of bounds. So they'll be happy with that, Mitcham, because they showed endeavour just to keep clearing it. They don't have much going on forward because they need to reset with all the numbers behind the play. It's out of bounds, out of side. Rucks go at it. It favours Baglava. Taps it forward. Ground level ball. It is the Tigers. Good tackle coming in there late by Vassis, and he's getting involved. He'll pause the ball up.
The one thing I'm not liking is the way the Vermont half back line are over-committing and running too far down the ground.
Johns has got it, left foot, didn't have much time, puts it high, Wiedemann runs into it, puts it on his chest. Now he's going to lope onto the right foot. He's got the length, you think, but he's spearing it. He's letting the wind do it all, but the last line, touching it was Nicholas. Not enough height on it, but it got the distance. It's now 4-3-27. Mitcham leading by 2 goals over Vermont. 2-3-15, second quarter, 2 minutes in.
So straight 2 kicks. Maguire sets it up high. Christopoulos was there, falling over the back was Calder, got the spoil. Nicely done there by Alexio, got the handball out, but nobody was home. Quickly taken by Dixon, who was wrapped up, and will have a ball up just inside the centre square, across the half-forward line for Vermont. Well done there by Baglava. It was a strong tackle on Barton Smith. Almost could have been pinged for not disposing it correctly. Here's a go. Greenwood swings around now on the left boot. Kicks it to the top of the goal square, but Nick Caulfield was getting back there for Mitcham. Takes a timely mark in the last line of defence.
It's only a kick in hope, isn't it, when they're going forward, Vermont?
Caulfield takes off. Kicks it up towards the Motta direction. In the front spot that time, though, was Ross. He got a handle on it, and the fall of the ball there was Uren for the Tigers, who receives a free kick. Pokes it in towards the middle of the ground. That was okay. The mark's been taken by Christopoulos, who's had a good first term. He's getting around the football quite a lot here. Christopoulos. Short pass out wide, getting down low. Carter had to die for that. A little slips catch.
I think what Vermont are struggling is Mitcham's fierceness on the ball carrier.
Well, you just saw the wind really hold that one up there as Spencer almost hugged Vassis, but he won the football. So Spencer for the Eagles will probably go down the corridor here. It seems to be the right option. Mark's been taken by Alex Greenwood, who's had a fair bit of the ball. McCafferty over the top, up towards the half-forward line, was looking for Kalkoski, who was beaten it to the football. Picked up now by Barton Smith on the right boot. He switches it out wide. He was looking for Motta, whose timely tap to Uren was absolutely superb. Uren goes towards the top of the goal square. It was a good kick. He's looking out there for Purvis. He's got Wilcox right on his hammer there. Can he keep the ball alive? Little handball over the top. Sorry, it was Marrow. Swings it around. Duvalin around the body. No, he cannot put it through. That was exciting play. They just kept going and going, didn't they?
That deserved the goal. That play deserved the goal.
Through for a minor score. 4-4-28 now. And the Tigers, they lead by 13 points, 2-3-15.
They've got all the run, Mitcham, now. As soon as this quarter started, from day one, off they go. Vermont look like they're in a little bit of strife at the moment, Gresh.
And they look very flat-footed, Ray, and reactionary.
Long down the line, Buxton steps up. Hands didn't meet the ball evenly, so he spilled it to the ground, so he have to fall on it just to hold it in at centre-half back, and he was well tackled by Baglava. It looks like Marrow with that matchup against Davies might be one of those guys that resting forward might have too much energy if they can get those one-on-ones going. Buxton roves his own ball, has to do it all, hands it off to his teammate. High, long kick, good push off and well marked. And it's now Vermont spearing the ball in towards Wiedemann! And in the sandwich of players, he was the one that came smashing through, and he just grabbed the ball and then took the contact. And that was a fantastic mark because there was Mitcham players setting up. Wiedemann just went to the ball, got his hands on it, and took the contact.
If you kick the ball like that, no fullback's got any chance whatsoever.
It was a good mark by Noah Burke and good kick inside forward 52.
Wiedemann looking for his first goal for Vermont.
They need this, actually.
From 30 metres out, directly in front, keeps it low, and direct is straight through the middle, and that is well done by Wiedemann using his skills, and it's put Vermont on board in the second term, 3-3-15, trailing by 13. Mitcham 4-4-28. Oh, sorry, trailing by 7 now. I'm a bit ahead of the scoreboard all day so far. so it's 3-3-21, trailing Mitcham 4-4-28.
Actually, not only Sam Wiedemann, but Josh Shackey are probably the two forwards that are going to be under the pump most weeks this year.
Cross down boundary side to Josh Ward.
Just to back you up on that point, Brash, there was some contest in that first quarter where Mitcham were getting 3 or 4 defenders, as you would have been able to see, and Sam Wiedemann was still plunking marks.
Well, Buxton went early that time, and the kick off the ground by Baglava goes inside forward 50 or thereabouts. Modder takes it on the second bite. He's too far out to score. He's 45 metres out, but he's kicking against the breeze, and he knows it. So he's looking for options. The short one is on. Wasn't too crash off for Baglava. They've got the numbers at the fall of the ball. McCafferty got it away to his teammate in Emery. Back to McCafferty. Little skew F kick. Went out towards the wing position, and they've got time. They'll go back through the corridor. It's a risky kick, but it might pay off okay here. But the Tigers do have the numbers inside forward 50. It's a 3-on-1. Marrow over the back. He has to beat 3 plays. He's all class, Lucas. You are a little star. Mitcham get their 5th on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. He had to beat 3 players in that contest, and class prevailed. Lucas Marrow kicks his first of the afternoon. Margin back out to 13.
Once again, once you turn that ball over in a dangerous position, which Vermont have done time and time again in this game, they haven't learnt that lesson, and once again they've paid the penalty.
Brash, Vermont had to work very hard to get that last goal they did, and what happens, it comes back again, Mitcham straight away answering.
I hate to say I told you so, but I only mentioned it a moment ago.
No, you didn't.
You're right, Gav, you're right.
You didn't hate saying it at all.
No, I did not. Marrow made everyone look flat-footed as he got the goal. Ball by Modder, clearing from the centre, and well marked. Alexio just held off his opponent and then took a chest mark. Now the spearing ball on the lead, not taken by Townsend, but he had a metre until the fist came in. So well done by the Vermont defender just to get it spoiled out of bounds.
Nicely taken by old mate in the crowd there too, one-handed, one can in hand, and trapped the ball nicely there.
Oh, it's important you protect the can. So that's smart play there on the outer. Modder beaten by pace. So it's long ball, and Wiedemann's just don't know. That's Burke.
John's kicked it to Tyson.
Tyson, my bad. Sorry. Just trying to catch up with the ball there. Tyson running with it. It was such a quick turnover that Modder looking so flat-footed as Vermont got it a half back, and Tyson running with the flight of the ball. Had position and took a mark 45 metres out at centre forward. And this will be the steadier they need, or just that impetus kicking with the wind to the Maroondah Highway. Right post. The length of 50 you'd have to kick it, and it'll curl through the middle of the goals. Very deliberate shot from inside the centre square. He still is. Now just penetrates centre forward, puts it through the middle. Perfect. And that was so penetrating of a kick. It didn't drift at all. Went straight through the middle. The second for Tyson, and that is the 4th on the board for Vermont. They close the gap back to 7. 4-3-27. Mitcham 5-4-34. 8.5 minutes, second term.
I think both half-back lines are going for broke here, right? It's like attack at all costs. If we turn it over, bad luck, the opposition are going to score. But if we win that contest, we're going to create the overlap, and we're going to be able to push the numbers forward.
Yeah. I do believe, though, that Mitcham kicking into the wind this quarter are playing it into the wind better than what Vermont did in the first quarter.
7 points is the margin going up early that time. It's a free kick from the non-officiating umpire, and it's going the way of Baglava in the middle for Mitcham. So now it'll be the Tigers to drive the ball forward. Kick goes inside forward 50. It sits up in the breeze. It was looking there for Persis, who had the front spot. Umpire comes in and we'll bounce this one, or ball it up, as I should say, as we go to Paul Yaconi on the Stat Centre.
Yes, clearances so far this quarter are 4-3 the way of Vermont, and the inside 50s are 6 apiece.
Thanks very much, Paul. Picked up by Oppie. Didn't really get the ball away legally, but the umpire said it was okay. Marrow was in there, and a free kick going the way of the Tigers, and Nate Barnes will have the ball just outside the 45 arc once again. This might be just beyond him, but he's going back a little bit more confidently than Motta was.
Kicking straight into that window, BWS.
That was another sloppy tackle there. Vermont player just fell into the Mitcham player's back.
Oh, you can hear it in Brash's voice. He's getting frustrated as Nate Barnes on the right boot swings it right to the line. Is it going to stay alive? It won't. A nice little timely slap there by Lockie Dixon. He's like, we're not having anything happen other than a rush behind here. 8 points to margin, 35 plays 27 here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 10.5 minutes gone, second term.
Timely fist on Bagler was attempt at mark. He had a grab at it, didn't pull it in. So they run out of fullback. Now the kick is a low flyer, and Mitcham will chop it off. Now with the turnover caused troubles. Wilcox on the last line rescues the kick out, and it's now cross ground from one back pocket to the other. Vermont just trying to steady their place because they're not hitting targets. If you're going to go through the middle, you want to hit a target. Turnover is dangerous in wind or no wind advantage. Long ball down the round. Burke tried to mark it. Tyson again, sorry. Tried to mark it. He couldn't bring it down. He's under a heap of pressure, and they all scrap for it at ground level on the wing, and it'll be a ball up.
You're having troubles with that
Yeah. I'm getting it now. I've changed my eyesight into 2020.
You want my glasses, mate?
Yes. So we'll get the composure back. Handball was holding the ball and was played against Vassars. Mitcham quick to play on. Hand pass to Barnes. He's got space. Left foot. Spearing ball in. It's just too far for the intended.
Tell you what, he's taken some timely marks, Wilcox, in the last couple of minutes.
Crampton thought he was in, but he wasn't tall enough for the kick. Low ball out on the run. Here go Vermont. Now it's spilled out of hands. Push off again. Running ball. It's in the hands of Gill. Gill's trying to hit up a lead, and he's found the teammate. It was just well weighted there for Persis, who just positioned himself and knew the ball would eventually get to him. Had to hold himself, and the defenders were haplessly watching on as Persis took the mark 40 metres out.
Brash, what Adolph's got to address very shortly, if not at half-time, is the way that ball's coming out of the defensive six. They're just turning it over and it's coming back again.
Yeah, they're playing far and wide, and they're not getting no continuity whatsoever, right?
Yeah, Gill and Baldwin are mopping up a lot, it seems. And here's Persis from... Oh, he's hit the man on the mark. So it's slapped the hand so hard that it's taken a while to get to Wilcox, who finally finds his teammate. Short pass to Oppie. He's got another long down the line ball. It's 1v1. Oh! With the fly. Can't claim it as the body contact was too harsh to his opponent, Barton Smith. Drop ball, though. Goes towards Mitch and punch on instead of marking. Attempts interesting. Topopoulos gets it. And Kritopoulos is taken down in a mark, and just some interesting play. Emmerich had to... From the pocket, tries to hook it back in. Contested mark, 1v1. Vermont have got the numbers. There's a tackle. That could be ball. And it nearly was, but it played there by Townsend. Became the person who didn't take the mark, fell to the ground, picked himself up, and it was still in the hands of Dixon. He got taken.
Dixon's he's uncharacteristic. Normally he's as cool as a cucumber. He's made a lot of mistakes today.
Dixon kicks the ball in. Mark's been taken. Vermont used the middle of the park here, so making their way down the guts. for options down towards the right forward pocket, and there was 3 kicks where it looked as easy as you like. Oppie, no one stood on the man of the mark, and Oppie just opted to kick a goal. He just ran straight in. It was as easy as you like. That's coast to coast for Vermont there, end-to-end football. It seemed like it was effortless. It's almost like Mitcham stopped the whole way down.
But when you have no Oppie
what a magnificent kick by Wiedemann. He was on the defensive side of the 50 and put it right down into the half-forward line.
Yeah. Both the Mitcham players overran the mark.
Yeah.
Cross down to Chris Curtis.
Well, it's Kane Oppie that kicked that goal, boys, and he's been absolutely monstrous for his side so far this quarter, working on this broadcast side. He's been getting back a lot to help them bring the ball out, and he gets his reward going the other way there.
Yeah, definitely. It's a fantastic play. Mitcham got sucked in there for Oppie to run on and make a simple goal of his mark in the forward line. Again, though, it's Mitcham getting it forward. Bouncing ball, Uren got it forward. Tackle applied to the centre half-back of Vermont. They're under a heap of problems. Now the hand pass finds Davies. Davies gets it in, short pass. Now to find Greenwood. He's got skill when he's out in the open. He's got no pressure on him, but he props the kick. Allows Mitcham to come in the spoil. Ground level ball, 3v1. And the one of Mitcham is happy to take the tackles on. And it'll be a ball up 20 metres from goals. That kick by Greenwood, it just, more options, more time to survey. And he just propped it up. Wiedemann goes to ruck. Can't bring it down with him, which he was trying to do. Mitcham just a quick kick going forward. DeValin, he just gets pushed off the ball. Oppie's there and abouts. Marrow's in there, body lines it, picks it up for the second attempt. Tries to take on the tackle, can't shrug them off. And we a ball up, defensive 45 for Mitcham. So their scoreboard reads 2-point lead to Mitcham. Approaching time on second term. Wind with Vermont. Oppie kicks it into the forward 50 and the ball just shoots and falls into the hands of Burke, who was half leading, half going to where the ball was kicked to, and it went over the depressed Mitcham defender, and a chest mark in the end for Burke, and it is Burke this time. So he'll be having a shot from goal from 20 metres out, and this will put Vermont back in front. They've trailed for about 40 minutes now. If they kick the first 2 goals into the wind. Now for their 4th goal of the quarter. Big build-up. The goal umpires ran to his right, and he'll signal it missed to the right for a point. Well, so it's still Mitcham leading.
He paid the penalty because he didn't kick through the ball.
Exactly, Gresh.
So it's 36 Mitcham, 34 Vermont. 2-point lead to Mitcham's time on approaching second term. Paul Uconi, stats.
Yes, Vermont have been better going forward last couple of minutes. They currently lead in the forward 50 marks this quarter, 4-0.
I think what they're trying to do, though, is try to keep the ball low because the breeze is getting a hold of it, as we've just seen from Maguire's kick out. As if you keep it up in the air, it's going to get caught by the breeze pretty easily. So Matty Wilcox come a fair way up the ground. You don't normally see him across the half-forward line, but he'll kick it right to the hot spot, I have no doubt, and that's exactly where it goes. Big fly over the back there by Burke again at ground level. Burke around the body. Burke kicks a point. So a couple of behinds to Burke in the last minute, and on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, they inch closer by 1 point, and they trail by 1 point. Paul Uconi's either scratching or he's got some stats for us down in his stats centre.
Yeah, they're currently Vermont are currently leading the inside 50s 12-11, and they are also leading intercept marks in this quarter 3-1.
No one interested in going to get the football at this stage. It's almost like a young
Boundary.
kid to run off with it. Go to Josh Ward.
It nearly went onto Maroondah Highway, that ball. I think there was one ball that got lost onto Maroondah Highway earlier today.
Must have bounced more than I've ever seen a ball bounce, because it was Wilcox, big fly, Matty Wilcox over the back. That's a sensational mark, and hasn't he come alive in this second term?
3 big grabs here by Wilcox.
He's got a spearing ball, puts it in the pocket. Wind takes it even though it was only at 2 metres off the ground, and it nearly went on the full, but it's missed everything. I think his pass was about 15 metres inboard, so that's an example of the wind playing havoc with the flight of the ball.
Gotta say, this is a finals crowd out here. This is massive.
Well, it's great to have a big supported club like Mitcham in the top division, because they'll get the supporters every week, especially the first one in. They're going to all want to be here. Couldn't take it with him was Alexio. Now it's a scrap for the ball, and I think everyone realises now there's a contest on.
Yeah, I think they do. And look, Vermont have probably owned the last 10 minutes of this contest, very much like Mitcham did in that first quarter.
Buxton becomes the tap into the other opposing ruckman. Bagliver has to take the tackle, and Buxton will tackle him. So they go at it again, those two. Bagliver, good front position, just sort of shields the ball. And the umpire's paid
over the shoulder.
Yeah, so Buxton not being in good position gives away the free kick. Now the defensive 50 kick, bundling ball, nearly marked by Perzes, but it goes out the back where composure shown by Ross. His hand pass inboard was a bit hot to handle, and applying the tackle was Barnes, and it'll be a ball up half forward for Mitcham. So they're happy to get out of the defensive zone. Now they can set up. If they can get an inside 50, then they're a chance for a score. Probably the way they have to play it. Vermont have given them chances by kicking it back to them sometimes. Rucks go at it. Good tap by Bagliver. You can hear it into the effects mic. The slap. And it was fantastic. It only went a metre.
Actually, it's been a good duel, him, Buxton and Bagliver.
Yeah, we could call that alone because it's not clearing a congested area. Barnes, good in tight. Uren now being pushed off it, kicks it high up and under. Who's going to stand under and take the mark? Good carriage. Will it be paid to Donahue? He spills it in the end, and it'll be a contested ball at ground level. Well, he was the one standing on it.
His own player put him off almost there.
Yeah, I think they both were not knowing where they were, looking up at the ball. So Rucks go at it. Buxton, Kritopoulos takes it. He tries to smoothly dash through the congestion, but he takes on the tackler, and it'll be a ball up closer to the goals. But it's 30 out for Mitcham's goals, and it's leading by a point going into the wind. Vermont haven't taken advantage as such of a stronger wind than the first term, but it's an over-shoulder free kick going to Mitcham. The umpire saw it to Uren, and he's knelt on the ground.
Saying a little prayer.
He's saying, thank you very much to the umpire, and you can imply there's a substituted word there as he genuflects towards him. As Uren picks himself up, and he'll be shooting for goal.
Once again, another poor tackle by Vermont defensive player, giving Mitcham another opportunity on goal.
So I think you just got to put your body over the line, and the umpires will look for you. They'll look out for you. They'll protect you in these conditions and a hot contest. You ran from 30 metres out, right post, curls it, and it hits the post. Hits the post. It was flicking from left to right. The kick was a proppy one, and he was just hoping the wind would help him, but it's hit the right post. A minor score, 2-point game. Mitcham 5-7-37, Vermont 5-5-35. It's nearly half time.
Lockie Dixon takes off and wants to drive the ball right up towards the wing position where the big flyers went up. Tyson couldn't quite get the handle on it off the ground. Mitcham go inside forward 50 once again. It was trapped though by Calder. Got the handball away. Johns was in there charging through Donahue. Johns goes after it again. Lockie just got the handball away. McCafferty runs into traffic. Kritopoulos, he's going to be rewarded there. That is very, very stiff. He just basically took the ball and he was met instantaneously. I will say that is difficult. He took 2 steps. You want to be consistent when you're going to pay those ones. Kritopoulos.
There's some horses in here.
Kritopoulos will have a shot.
You have got to be.
You don't agree, Brash? I honestly thought the free kick was there. If he was just picking the ball up and that, not a problem, but he was on the burst to break through that tackle, and he got caught.
Getting some sort of a run up to Jack Kritopoulos. So, started his approach about 5 seconds ago. He still hasn't hit
there we go.
45. A little bit of a trot, then a canter. Comes in now, kicks it high, pushes it to the right-hand side. Never had a hope in the end. Got too close to the man on the mark. And
well,
another
a bit
behind.
of Jesse Hogan about his run-up there, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit there.
Bit of Ben Brown as well.
Boundary.
25-minute mark. 38. Plays 35 at the moment as the ball comes back into play, and a big lead out there by Buxton. We'll go boundary side shortly. See what Vermont might be able to do here with this last bit as Buxton winds up. An up and under kick goes up towards the half forward line. A big fly at the back there by Tyson. Couldn't quite pull it down. The Tigers at the fall of the ball, but the numbers are with Vermont as the skew goes out wide, but he's now coughed it up. They do still have the numbers, the Eagles. They need to raffle it a bit. Here's McCafferty. Got it from Banfield up towards the half-forward line. But both sides at the moment letting themselves down with skills as Nicholas takes the mark for the Tigers and drives it out to the wing.
He's kicked just in front of his teammate Barnes, and it's gone out of bounds on the full.
Yeah, I think both sides are probably looking forward to a break at half-time.
Let's go boundary side for comment.
Well, I was going to say with that shot on goal before from Kritopoulos, I think he might have been distracted by James Ross on the mask, but they're clearly distracted all these players with the plenty of pressure.
Another turnover, Mitcham. Now they'll run in. Uren, he's got the speed. Does he have to bounce the ball? Here's Princess at the back. As it bounces to him, he can't pick it up. It's just like it's unfortunate for him. It was just bouncing from off his hands as he tried to pick it up, and Wilcox, he just can't pick it up. Is the ball got glue on it? It's not sticking to the hands anyway. It's really slippery.
You know, the problem was that ball held up in the air too much for the two Mitcham forwards, and they had to wait for it to donkey drop down.
You're almost could have
says Brush with the biggest smile on his face.
That one by the ruckman. The Tigers go out and take on two tacklers who will ball up quickly. So Uren was running with the flight, had to slow down and just a step for the bounce, for the ball to bounce, and then there is the siren for half-time. Well done to both teams. Been a great contest, and at half-time in the rivalry reignited, it's Mitcham, the host, 5-8-38, leading this round one contest. Vermont 5-5-35.
We wanted a good contest, and that is certainly what we are getting out here. It's hot weather in Melbourne town today, but Mitcham is the place to be with only a 3-point margin, and Mitcham hold that at half-time. The major goal kicker on the ground is Zach Tyson for Vermont. He has 2 singles to Lockie Johns, Kane Oppie and Sam Wiedemann. Singles all round for the Tigers. Marrow, Baglava, Donahue, Persis and Townsend. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today, live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 1 half down, 1 to go. The Tigers have the lead. We'll be back in a moment.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Eastland Match of the Round. Half-time out here at Walker Park. Exciting first half between Mitcham and Vermont. It's the Tigers leading 5-8-38 to Vermont 5-5-35. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Chris Curtis and Josh Ward, who've both been out at the boundary line. Josh, how have you seen the contest play out?
Almost a finals type game, really. You can see the pressure that both sides are bringing. The atmosphere is almost like the finals. Like, it's great to see a big crowd out here at Walker Park. And credit to Mitcham. They brought the heat in for most of that quarter, and you could argue it almost forced Vermont to create skill errors. Mitcham had their skill errors as well, and obviously it might take them a bit of time to settle into the Premier Division and the increase in skill level. But I was pretty impressed, particularly with their midfield, with Jesse Wren not having the biggest of impacts. He's been, as I mentioned on the call, he's been closely followed by Lucas Vassis, and whilst he got into the game in that second quarter, he was kept pretty quiet by Vassis for most of it. So credit to the Tiger midfield, their defence as well, and all across the park they've had some really good players, Chris, I must admit.
No, it's exactly right, and like you said, Vassis was one of them that has managed in the stoppage at least to keep Uren a bit quiet, which obviously a player of Uren's calibre is still going to have his impact organising his team and doing those things off the ball, but he certainly hasn't been what we've become accustomed to from his performances. But it's good to see that Mitcham is still finding a way. They're still getting the ball forward. I thought it was very, very impressive the way they responded in the first quarter after conceding the first two. And then went to get 4 unanswered themselves. So I thought it was really impressive from them. But, it's been a game of runs so far. Mitcham will have the momentum, then it'll go to Vermont. So I think we're set up for a really exciting second half.
You talked about the wind just off air before. It seems to be really picking up at the moment, having a look at the premiership flag in the wind outside at the moment. What's it like down there? How much of an advantage to the right side of your screen at the moment is there?
Yeah, well, look, it probably comes and goes at the moment. Throughout the game, we've seen that it's when it does pick up, it can get, a bit gusty. But I think that's why a lot of the kicks we've seen have been kept quite low, especially shots at goal. But I think at the moment it's still probably at about a 2 or 3 goal breeze. But I don't think that's like a nailed-on thing. I think it's more than with the quality of sides. I feel the quality of players, either side is more than capable of kicking against that win and really going. We just need to see teams hit the scoreboard going to the left of screen.
Yeah, and when it does die down, like I remember a Kotopoulos shot where I think it just managed to fall short, and if the breeze had picked up, it was probably falling at the top of the goal square, because you would have been able to see on the screens that it was going nearly backwards sometimes after it had gone forwards the ball. So it's certainly going to play a bit of a factor, but I think Mitcham did really well going into the win. They, particularly those first 10 minutes. So did Vermont, but Mitcham I felt like played it better and really good deserve this.
Well, both sides had some chances, and particularly, as you said, Vermont with the win that quarter. At one stage, I thought they were going to hit the lead and probably run over the top, and then Mitcham late had a couple of missed opportunities. So for the Tigers to be 3 points up at halftime, they'll really take that. Josh, who's impressed you from the Tigers in that first half? Because it's been probably a well spread out list.
Well, I liked Emi Alexo in that first quarter in that midfield. He's obviously come across from Croydon, has Premier Division experience with Vermont as well, and had an injury-riddled couple of years, and I really enjoyed his game in midfield. Ari Motter as well has also been courageous, and another one that's come across from Doncaster East, Max Donoghue, has shown a fair bit of class and composure. Yeah, he's been really good, and he was one when I spoke with Neil Winterton in the pre-season. He rated pretty highly and expects him to play a bit of VFL footy this year with the Box Hill Hawks. But you are right. There's been a list of contributors, a wide spread for Vermont. Mackie Wilcox really did step it up in those last couple of minutes, taking a couple of big intercept marks. I thought Vassis did do a pretty decent job. Lachlan Johns, whenever he gets near the ball, he's going at breakneck speed, looking to take the game on. And if he gets involved more, especially against the breeze, it's going to hold Vermont in good stead. And who knows, if he takes a hold of this game, they might lead at three-quarter time.
Well, for this Tiger lineup, just having a look through the team sheet, there's probably 8 or 9 players who weren't part of that premiership side last year, and that's why the expectations on him coming up a division while losing all of those players. One of those, I mean, you name quite a few. Jake Parenti not out there. He's in the grandstands at the moment. Nick Hallow. Jackson Hallow, I think, was in the reserves game today. Guy Lachlan, 3-time premiership Tiger, who's watching in from Perth today, I'm sure. That's a massive loss. One of our favourite players to watch, Josh.
Oh, yeah, he absolutely is, and I'm sure he would have appreciated that shout-out as well.
Yeah, no, very entertaining player, Guy Lachlan. Daniel Wex has gone to Bronya. There's quite a few who've left the club or moved on. So it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. Chris, what are your thoughts second half? Can the Tigers continue this run, or do you think Vermont, their experience, will be able to run over the top?
I think they've looked brilliant so far, Mitcham. They've looked to really take the game on, especially in those kinds of intangible things where they need to stand up in those moments. But I think really, even though we're at Mitcham's home ground, I think you look at Vermont and say this is really in their hands. They're the more experienced side. I'm looking at Sam Wiedemann to step up in this second half. Obviously, we know how good he is in his experience in the AFL. But one thing I have noticed is it was Zach Elms that had the match-up on him pretty much throughout that whole first half. But when Wiedemann's pushing up to that kind of half-forward flank and going wide, as we heard was the direction at the quarter-time huddle, Elms isn't going with him, and it means he can get more separation and then bring other plays into the game. Because when he was sitting deep, especially in that first quarter, we saw Mitcham were more than happy to just throw 3 or 4 guys up at the footy with him and bring the ball to ground and then back the rest of their plays to do the work. So I want to see him get a bit further up the pitch, obviously still be within his range as he knows how, but I think Vermont can really look through him to take control of this game.
But it was still taking some pretty good marks, it must be said, Sam Wiedemann. And I think that's, if he plays deep, I think that experience will help him out well. But yeah, if he plays up the ground, even with the breeze, he'll probably kick goals from outside the 45-metre mark, I reckon.
Well, a big second half to come. Thanks for your work on the boundary. We'll let you get back down there for a big second half at Walker Park. It is Mitcham, Vermont, round 1 Premier Division, a special Sunday edition of the Eastland match of the round. The Tigers lead 5-8-38 to 5-5-35 Vermont.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, Eastland Match of the Round. It'll be a different looking commentary team for the second half. Just me and you, Paul, in the box here at Walker Park. Recapping the scores: 5-8-38 Mitcham leading Vermont 5-5-35 in a very entertaining first half out here at Walker Park. The Tigers return to Premier Division. Paul, you've been taking some stats today. What are some of those key ones that you're looking at at half time?
So at the moment the clearances are 17-13 Mitcham's way. The marks inside 50. 6-1 going Vermont's way. Intercept marks turn to 5 in favour of Vermont. Tackles 26 to 22 in favour of Mitcham. The inside 50s are 31 to 23 in favour of Mitcham, and the free kicks are 13 to 3 in favour of Mitcham.
Thank you, Paul. Great to have your statistics across the afternoon as the two sides return to the field at Walker Park. The last patrons come off the field. Ben Warren-Smith, Wayne Brasher also back in the box. Ben, what was your thoughts on that first half?
Surprised, to be honest. I thought that Vermont were probably going to win by about 8 goals today. It's not to say that they won't get their noses in front, but just really, really impressed with the effort and the work rate of Mitcham. And if they can sustain that and hold a lead at three-quarter time, they are going to take some beating, because we know that they love to be up and about. They love big games. They love a crowd behind them as well. And that might be enough to get them over the line. I was talking to Brash at half-time. I think we both agree that Wiedemann should be isolated more. He's a class act down in that forward line. Give him more of an opportunity to win the football. Vermont, they'll go back. They'll regroup at half-time. They know what they need to do. I expect a better showing from them in this third term.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. The two sides make their way to their positions. Mitcham's first game back in Premier Division since 2006. The last time the two sides played. Vermont did win that last occasion. As Gav Casey also joins us back in the box. Fortunately, Ray Bairds had to retire early.
Is he out, is he?
He is.
What, from hot heat stroke?
I guess so. He's
too hot in the hot box.
It is very warm
Ray.
up here in the box at Mitcham. 28 degrees today. Fantastic conditions.
Right. Brash has just been staring you down, going, "Get out of my seat."
Oh,
so
sorry,
it makes sense now why you've stayed on, because Ray's done a runner.
I was wondering, why isn't Brash taking a headset? That's because I've got it.
So we're about to get back underway here. We've all cooled down a little bit from the 75
Brash.
degrees here in the commentary box. But here's Gav Casey to get us underway for the third term.
Buxton versus Baglava wins the tap, does the Mitcham ruck, but it's ground level ball won by Johns. Hands it over to Banfield. On the run, can they get it going? Vermont, another ball that doesn't hit the target at half back. Again, the Tigers are good enough to just hold up a wall. Long ball from half back to half forward. High flyers go at it. Wilcox can't bring it down when he got hands to it. Ground level ball, Dixon under a heap of pressure. Hand passes it forward, hoping for Vassis to get him on the bounce, but he has to be the tackler. Then he jumps on the ball after getting it away from Alexio's grasp, but it'll be a ball up, half back for Vermont. And again, another forward pass, not really going off the boot too well for the Eagles.
You puffed out from those stairs, mate.
Well, I just realised the game was going to go again because I was so thirsty. I was like, the lines are 100 metres, aren't they? And I was like, no, I actually need a drink.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I bought a few waters from the bar. They're running out of everything down here. The crowd is absolutely huge as Buxton palmed it down nicely. Excuse me, pardon me, as it goes out towards the wing position. Getting down low that time was Baldwin. Haven't heard his name too much. Baglava comes running in. Ball and held up, and he's been pinged for holding the football. Maybe a little bit stiff there.
I think that's a square up, that one.
Yeah. Fair's fair. So Vermont, far side of Walker Park. Seen a lot of the ball out there today. And getting down and copping one definitely for his troubles there was Max Donoghue. Might get a 25-metre penalty to boot here. So Donoghue just making his way up towards the wing position with the 25. Which puts him in good stead too, because he's a decent kick of the football, so he'll put this right inside the 45 arc. There's no doubt about that. There's a lot of players forming though. He kicks it inside forward, 50 now, but the numbers were well with Vermont that time, but it was picked by Ross, who just coughed the football up, and now it might bounce favourably for Marrow. It went this way, that way. Shane Warne wrong, and then over the boundary line and out of bounds for a boundary throw in. 38 plays 35. We've gone 2 minutes here in this third term.
Just a lack of composure there by the skipper, James Ross, trying to look for a very cute handball that really was never on.
Bucks go at it, forward pocket. Buxton punches it towards the boundary again. He just sensed he wasn't in the greatest position and that there was danger behind him, so he just punches it towards the boundary line and they'll go again. Buxton, he just can't get a feel for his opposing ruckman. Doing nicely, roaming around there, and does shark it. Was Lovell. Ground level ball though, and it's a scrap forward, being tackled off the play of ball was Ross. And take 2 in terms of getting a free kick, and hopefully this time he won't get it smothered. He goes for the kick this time, goes across round to Wilcox. Wilcox back pocket short. A little bit of danger, but it was well speared in. Another short on. Emery late, has to do the spoiling job. Ground level by Donahue, hands it out of the ruckus that is, and Mitcham do hold it in, and this time it's in. DeValin takes on the tackler, and I reckon they're just happy for territory at the moment, the Tigers. They know they've got some sort of control of the passages. Wilcox gets first there to knock it forward, but he knocks it into the path of Alexio. He couldn't take control of it, and it's been tapped onto his teammate who gets the tackle over the shoulder, and it's Kotropoulos who's going to take the free kick, and from 30 metres out left pocket. We know how deliberate he is at shooting for goal. He might go back a long way before he has this shot, and again, it's just Mitcham just smartly getting themselves over the ball.
Around the body here.
He definitely is. He's facing it to us, and we're nowhere near the goals. We're actually on the wing here at Mitcham, and he comes inboard, hooks it around the corner, and it is a beautiful goal. That is smart play. Modern football at its best. The skills it display, you're not going to be able to judge the wind. It might make a fool of you, so go around the corner and punt it through the goals. Mitcham extend their lead to 9 points, 6-8-44. Vermont 5-5-35. 4 minutes gone in this third term.
Brash, they practice that all the time, so they know how to kick them. And certainly here at Walker Park, and that's a great start for the Tigers, just to be able to continue on their form from the second quarter.
That's probably that is the start that they would want in the second half.
Ball back in the middle here. Andy, 9-point lead. Baklava goes up, stole it out of the ruck contest. He's done a fantastic job today. Kicks the ball inside forward, 45 now, bouncing away from all players. Will it stay alive? McCafferty went in, he hit the deck, strong tackle on him.
Boundary.
We'll have a boundary ball up just inside the boundary line as we cross to Josh Ward.
I will say, yeah, I agree with you there, BWS. But Will Buxton has more often than not done that when he's been at Montmorency and Vermont in the last couple of years, and it's Baklava doing it, and he's plugging the hole in attack as well, Danny Baklava. So Vermont need to keep an eye on their men.
I think Baklava, in all honesty, I think he's won this contest so far.
Rucks go at it now. Came down. Nicely done there by Vassos. Got the little handball away. Now it comes out to the man of the moment, Baklava. He went charging after it, and it took 2 players to bring him down in Smith and Kalkowski. And we will have a ball up just inside the paint, just in front of Neil Winterton. One of our all-time favourite coaches on the EFNL media team. Always been so generous with his time and insight. Not just giving us lip service, he gives us insight. And that's why he's such a successful coach as well. He knows what he's talking about. Carter tried to break the tackle. Vermont, though, they have the numbers. Here's Johns along the wing. Kicks the ball inside forward, 50 on the left. It's sat up a long time. Sensational grab going back with the flight was Jack Baldwin.
Put that down as a mark of the day contender.
Yeah, it was a sloppy kick. He let himself right down with that, and it was easily chopped off there by Lucas Vassos, who had options and decided just to wait. Probably not the worst idea either, as he drives the ball long, and there could be a free kick going the way of Vermont here. And Brash, did you see that?
No, honestly I didn't.
It was a push, but it didn't seem too influential on the contest.
I thought it was pretty innocuous.
Yeah, Wiedemann, he was in the front spot, and he just might have got like a little knock to the side.
Boundary.
Well, let's cross down boundary side, because Chris Curtis was right behind that.
Yeah, there was 3 Mitcham Tigers at the bottom of the pack, boys, and just looked like as Wiedemann looked to get position, he took a knock off one of them. Didn't look too deliberate, but obviously enough there for the umpire to pay it in their mind.
Wiedemann comes in from 35 metres. He started at left, and he squeezed it back home magnificently. I thought it might have been going through for a behind, but it went through the big sticks. That's his second to match his number on his back. And at the 7-minute mark of this third term on the Premier Division match of the day of the round, standalone clash, it's 44-41. Got a game ahead of us, boys.
We have, and this could actually turn out to be a real dour struggle here.
Well, we'll see if it sort of opens up in this second half,
or it's just going to go down to the wire.
Yeah,
it's either one or the other here.
But I think if it's going to open up, it will be Vermont. They will favour that.
I reckon we just name all the options and it'll be one of them. As it's now, Vermont got the ball. One of them will get it forward. It will be McCafferty. He spears it in, and it's been marked at centre forward by Burke. Burke picks himself up, having to have to dive forward to take that chest mark. He looks at options, puts it towards Wiedemann. He's got plenty of coming across to him, and Burke has been a bit of a high flyer. Is thereabouts as well.
The only thing Mitcham have got to be wary of is they just can't afford to be too Wiedemann conscious and have too many numbers around him, which leaves Vermont players hovering with no men to pick them up.
Boundary throw in, 40 metres around from goal, knocked beautifully to Motta. Motta gets it forward. It's a one-on-one contest spilled by Persis, but he knocks it towards his teammate in Alexio, gets it back, and now Mitcham get it forward where it's a man on and running on, and it'll be Townsend getting a long ball into the goal square. It's Marrow on his own in the end, and he hits the goal post, and he's like Lee Matthews. He's the behemoth.
The He-Man.
He-Man.
Oh my God, what a run that was by Lucas Marrow from the middle of the ground. He bolted.
He takes on the team, runs forward, runs in the goalpost like it's a stick, and then he bounces off and kicks the goal.
And the kick too, Brush, had to be perfect. Just got it over the top and just in time.
But the problem once again, Ryan, and it reared its ugly head, the Vermont half-back line overcommitted. They left no numbers in their back 50, and Mitcham got that beautiful kick, and there was just no defence there.
You're right.
Well, the other number 2, Lucas Marrow, gets his second, just as Sam Wiedemann had only moments prior. So they stretched their lead out. They've had a nice buffer for the better part of this game. Mitcham just over a goal as the ball's back in the middle again. This time Buxton straight down the throat there of Kalkowski, who goes up towards the half-forward line. Bouncing football, went over the top of Glossop. Here's Johnso. He has time. He has poise. He has the class. And he didn't have the finish, though. Out of bounds on the full. Big disappointment there from Lockie.
Yeah, that's a very uncharacteristic miss there from Lockie Johns. Needed to do better.
Someone winded him as well.
Okay, so he's got a broken leg.
Yeah, that is the biggest in-joke of all time. I set you up beautifully for that one, by the way.
Ball comes out now. Buxton was after it. He hit the deck. And the umpire will come in and ball this one up. Big crowd on the far side. They've got the barbecue and the bar happening out there, so it's always handy to spread the crowd out around. One of the bigger crowds I've seen at a local game in round 1 for a long, long time. As the kick goes up and under, getting underneath it nicely there was Lockie Dixon. Takes it for Vermont. Squeeze to kick into Greenwood. He's got to give the ball back, and Dixon's got to go over the man on the mark.
Any chance of finding out the crowd officially?
I've got Gav Ward on it at the moment. He's going to let me know once he checks. He'll get the official numbers.
So it comes in over the handball now.
And he's been penalised here, Dixon, for throwing the ball. Can you believe that? That is poor. That is really poor play.
Ross, take him back. For just shenanigans. Take him back.
Oh, God. Townsend, he really played for that one.
No, Ross was...
he did, but he was just teasing him and egging him on, and then gave him a nice little pat on the bum for the extra 25 at the end.
Yeah,
just get out of the way, Ross.
That is definite. That is Keystone Cops there. That is just terrible play there by Lockie Dixon and James Ross. That's terrible.
Well,
and they're going to pay the penalty for it too.
Well, you've got to make them pay for things like this. So Townsend, he's already kicked one this afternoon. He comes in, he starts at high, starts at left, and it was a shocker kick. Be really disappointed with that one. Through for a minor score, 11.5 gone here in the third term on the Eastland match of the round, standalone Premier Division game, and it's a 10-point margin to the home side, Mitcham, on their way to a monstrous upset. It keeps going this way.
Yeah, well, the shock value's evaporated though, just by the contest alone. Mitcham have more than accounted for themselves. Causing errors of the opposition means they're playing really well. Pressure and capitalising on errors that's the art of Aussie rules football. Now the kick out from Wilcox goes one more. Now the long ball down the line. Vassars can't take the mark. Not the greatest flyer. Goes out to Tom Lovell. Lovell kicks it long. Marrow again. Oh, it's good. In position and can't take the mark. He just had his player under it. Couldn't take it with the one hand, and it's going to miss to the left side for a minor score. Mitcham peppering the sticks as they go towards the Mountain Maroondah Highway. 7-10-52, leading by 11. Vermont 6-5-41.
Change it up, maybe use the grandstand side, Dixon, but he decides, no, thank you. I will go out the far side, and kick was Not one of his best. Calder was flying for it. Can take the mark, and over the boundary line it goes for a boundary throw in.
Inside 50s this quarter are 7-4 the way of Mitcham.
It's very much Paul. Flick over the back. Trying to be a little bit too cute there as McCafferty linked up, and now they've got the run. There's a little handball over the top. Goes to Emery, where they went for the old 1-2, running up towards the half-forward line. The kick goes inside 450, too far. Oh. The old school travel. You don't see that very often at any level of football. They've copped it here as it'll be Hamish Gill goes short.
He went from zone 2 to zone 1.
Barnes. Kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Inside 450, roving ball here. Townsend, he can go to Marrow. Marrow's just had space aplenty. Kicks goal number 3. And he just a little pocket rocket. He just knows where to be. He's a very smart footballer, has been for a long time. And he's been very prominent in his third term.
Brash, they've been caught out of position quite a few times. You just cannot leave any forward with that amount of space.
No, and it's, the question's got to be asked now of Vermont. They're now heading into territory. They're 17 points down. Mitcham have got their tails up. Every time they hit that forward 50 Mitcham, they look like they're going to score. And that's a worrying trend for Vermont, because every time they get the ball and they take it into their forward 50, they keep coughing it up, or they just keep making simple skill errors.
7 more scoring shots have had Mitcham. It is their second go with the advantage of the wind going to Naroon Highway. So Greenwood gets the hand pass from Emery. Now inside 50 for 45 for Vermont. Punch forward, John's underneath it. He taps it, trying to hope for his teammate and Calder to get underneath it. But Mitcham hold up nicely. And the kick might just bounce the way of the Tigers. Having to wait and prop was Barnes. And he takes on the tackler. He's allowed to get up from the tackle. And he hands it to Barton Smith. He gets a quick wobbler down the ground. Picked up by Askew. Askew high up and under. It's for to be attacked. Going towards it, being pushed underneath it was Maguire. Now, but he's happy that it bounces out of bounds. As a defender, he knows that it's his friend and it's out of bounds. Half forward, half back for Mitcham, half forward for Vermont. Ruck's late to the contest. Lovell, big punch, 20-metre advantage. Couldn't be picked off, but got some help from teammate in Donahue. Donahue quick down the ground, push! Oh. And the umpire gives a free kick to the Tigers when the defender thought he did everything right. And Ross has got his hands, well, his head in his hands like, I'm not sure why I got penalised. That's literally what he's saying. But no matter, says Townsend, I've got the ball.
Oh, that is weak as.
Weak
as.
Put his hands on the back and that's it.
No shove.
He didn't even
no shove. Didn't even get.
Townsend from 40 metres out, hooks it. The left footer
again
misses to the right. He's not just getting the fall of the ball under the boot proper, and it's a minor score. 8-11, 59, 18-point lead to Mitcham, 6-5, 41. 15 and a half minutes gone, third term.
Is that justice?
Mitcham have left 2 goals out there in the last 3 minutes. They could be well and truly in front here.
Dixon, long kick out. It was a good one. Mark's been taken out there by Josh Davies. And Davies across the half back line. Drives it down the wing position. Baglivar. Big man just used Buxton as a stepladder there. Beautiful mark.
I think, as I've said earlier, I think Baglivar has taken the points here.
Had a great afternoon.
Kick goes inside forward 50. Pack flies. John's at the fall of the ball. He got the handball out and nicely taken there by Kratopoulos. Came out though to Calder. Scooted a little handball. Picked up by Davies. Spun on a through. Found something out of nothing as Greenwood kicks it down the wing, but straight down the throat of Flynn Maguire.
That's just a kick and hope.
It's been good, Maguire. In a rock. Long ball. 25. The man on the mark moved. Or was it Burke coming in late to be too close to the kicker? And it's going to advance Maguire to...
And Cal Cosby better be quiet here because otherwise he'll keep going.
He looked like he was about to say something and then just composed himself.
Yeah,
given away quite a few.
I don't think he was it? I think it was Burke coming in from the side too close. Was probably the encroachment free. But it's Maguire certainly not in distance unless I don't know how good a kick he is. But he's going for the long run up from 65. He'll have to kick it.
No way.
It'll be a marking contest at the teeth of the goals. 10 metres out. It goes long. It goes long! Oh! What a goal!
Wowzer.
I didn't predict it, but I'm on board now.
I hang my head in shame. That is as good a kick as you will see. He used the wind magnificently.
Yeah.
Great call, Gav. And what a lift for the Tigers. 24 points they lead by at the moment. This is huge.
They worked it with the wind to perfection from the left to the right. Let's go down the boundary, Josh Ward.
Well, I was going to say the wind did die down a little bit there, so fair effort from Flynn Mackay. That's probably around 50 metres from out here.
That's the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Lock it in.
That is the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
They're in trouble, Brash.
Big trouble here.
Come back in the middle, Uren tried to work his way out of it, got the quick handball away, strong tackle, Banfield. Famous name down at the Vermont Football Club. Rewarded with the handball and let himself down, went to McCafferty, back to Banfield. They're going to put the switch on here. And here's Dixon, who's made his way up from the full back line. Gets a handball over the top. That was okay. Got it away to Greenwood. Got it out to Greenwood now, I should say. On the left boot, they've got numbers inside forward 50. Wiedemann over the top of his head. It went. Barlow filthy as well with the delivery inside the 45. And over she goes.
Geez, they're up. They're up. The defenders of Tigers are loving their own work. They are pats on top of head, pats on bum. They are loving their work at the moment, the Tigers.
Very deep throwing that time. It went over the top of both Ruckman's head. It came through. Bassis just barged his way through. This might work out okay here for Askew. He lost the football, but charging through Calder just in the nick of time. They needed that one, didn't they, the Vermont Eagles? Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows them getting back into the contest. 18 points is the margin. 9-11-65 the Tigers. The Eagles 7-5-47.
They need to still do a bit more work, BWS, and then another goal here. I still think that Mitcham, we're just going to hit time on. I think Vermont need another 2 goals if they're going to stay in this contest.
Look, we're talking a lot about Mitcham because we're excited by their play, but it's great to see Vermont persist in the contest.
I understand that, Gav, but Mitcham have deserved their lead. They've deserved their lead.
Yeah, they're getting a lot more inside 50s, and even Baglava beating Buxton in the ruck was not expected, but it's been a great contest. Spilled mark in defence by Mitcham. It's in the hands of Askew. He gets a high ball to Wiedemann. Spoil comes in late. Ground level, it is the Eagles. It's been picked up by Vassis. He's kicked only went 2 metres into the hands of Donahue, who was taken for tackle when he kicked it. So here goes Vermont again from 45 metres. Loaded long ball's going to miss the left, just short. Marking contest, nearly 2 grabs at it. No mark adjudicated to Tyson, and it's been spoiled over the line. Minor score. Vermont starting to push now. 7-6-48. Mitcham 9-11-65. Do remember there's one more shot at it, one more quarter of wind advantage for Vermont to come.
So ball back into play now. Right up towards the wing position. It goes over all players' heads, bouncing football. You expect this one to go out, but coming in acrobatically was Lovell, but to no avail. Kick went out of bounds on the full.
He didn't have to.
Could have just sent it out.
Yeah, well, he could have just taken it in his hands first.
Yeah, he should have just taken it and get happy to be ridden over. But anyway, alas, the kick goes up towards the wing position. Fist by Duvalin over the back, and he roved his own football. We gave it a timely nudge by Kalkowski to see himself over the line and out. 65 plays 48. 17 points is the margin out here.
And I know in today's football, 3 goals can be made up very quickly, as we saw yesterday, but sometimes it can take a lot longer than what you think.
Barging his way through was Johns. He's the player you need to really lift, and he lifts, he does. And the kick was superb. Wiedemann just sat underneath it. He knows how to read the football and the play and the flight of the ball magnificently, and takes the easiest of marks in the end as we cross down to Josh Ward.
Chris Recorders, yeah, that's okay. We'll get one the other way. But no, it was Wiedemann there. If anyone wants to know how to lead up to a footy and really create space, they can watch that. Just checked off his man a couple of times and then came back to the footy perfectly.
And this is why Johns is a 7 times best and fairest at Vermont.
Wiedemann makes it 2 in a row for the Eagles. That's his 3rd on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And Vermont are looking in danger only 5 minutes ago. They've reduced the margin. They've halved it, in fact. It's only back out to 11 points as we hit the 22-minute mark and in time on in this 3rd quarter.
For as good as Mitcham have been this quarter, Brash, they can't afford to
they can't afford to give Vermont another goal here.
No, particularly with the wind in the last quarter. Don't want to undo all that hard work.
So what's going on here?
Wiedemann. Replaced by Burke. And we'll wait for him to get in position before the umpire will ball it back up. 4 goals to 3 this quarter. 4-3-20. If the quarter time this quarter score is 4-3 to 3-1. So Mitcham leading by 11, have advanced from the 3-point halftime lead. Now they kick it inside 50. Wilcox in good position. Spoil as he went to chest mark. The defender should have got the hands out. Wilcox has to chase it again. Close to the line. Boundary might save Vermont, but they keep it in. Maybe Barnes will make that look like a silly decision. The kick's been chopped off.
It was touched off the boot.
Oh, well, Dixon didn't get the mark, as I thought it was, and he'll be tackled to the ground 35 metres from goal. So just keeping in was an interesting decision from the Eagles. Nearly turn over into a score. Punch goes forward. Players go at it, and the riding tackle of Motta. He was nearly going to come over the top. Lovell, he was dancing around. He'll get a free kick. That's interesting because he looked like he was grabbing at Buxton.
Is it Uren that's getting it? Yeah.
Oh, it's off the ball. It had to be because it wasn't a ruck contest free kick, was it?
I want to know how a non-controlling umpire can call a free kick from 60 metres away when you've got the controlling umpire within 10 metres who had a clear eye view and let it go.
Yeah, he did. Looking at the replay, he did come running in and he did cop one over the shoulder.
Yeah, hands over the shoulder.
So Uren, can he take advantage of the free kick that goes his way from 30 metres out? He puts it to Maroondah Highway through the big sticks. Another goal. This is now a 17-point advantage as they approach three-quarter time. Mitcham 10-11-71, leading Vermont 8-6-54, 24 minutes gone, third term.
Good response from the skipper as well. I thought he's actually been all right today. I know he's been tagged pretty heavily and had a lot of attention on him, and he's going to have that in Premier Division. But he is, by far their most important player in this lineup.
I'll have to say that he's played a fantastic game, Jesse Uren, for Mitcham. He's put his body on the line. He's been in every contest that they've needed to win.
Very important couple of minutes of play here as it to be Mitcham to go forward again. Inside forward 50, Wilcox had the front spot, but wrongly tackled by Barnes. Umpire's not going to ping him for that one. We'll quickly have a restart here by Jason as he throws the ball up now. Buxton, big fist over the out wide. That was okay. Looking for Oppie. Got the quick handball away, and now been up and under kick towards the Wilcox direction. But Smith was there too. Got a knock on it over the boundary line and out of bounds right near the Mitcham dugout and the big crowd that's forming. The faithful, the yellow and black faithful. The yellow and black faithful will be disappointed with their loss today as it comes out. DeValin, sorry, couldn't help myself. Big inside forward 50, and a mark has been taken, and we talked about how crucial these junk time, red time moments were going to be in this third term. And after Mitcham got out to a 4-goal lead, they were able to peg it back, Vermont, with a couple of quick goals. And just on the eve of three-quarter time, a chance now for Nate Barnes to put his first through for the afternoon.
It almost seemed a little too easy as well,
yeah,
Brash.
Way too easy.
A few times.
Well, Buxton just tapped it into a Mitcham guy.
They'll take some sort of a beating if he puts this one through, and how disappointing can you be? You can't miss goals from 25 metres out directly in front. A huge let-off Wayne Brasher for Vermont there.
Most definitely, and they've had a few let-offs too in this quarter. Mitcham have probably left 2 or 3 in the on the field there in BWS. A couple of left-footers there early on in that quarter.
Yeah, 3 goals is the margin out here. Vermont will kick with the breeze in the final term.
Yeah, I reckon it's well poised when you consider what the wind advantage should be. Kick goes out towards Wiedemann. Long way away from goal. Spoil was a good one, I would have thought, but Wiedemann got pushed in the back as he tried to take a mark in that contest.
Yeah, that was soft as well. There's been a few softies paid today.
Yeah, I'll let you say that because I don't want to appear to be the only umpire basher.
It's not bashing. They do a great job, but you can't get everything right. It's impossible.
Kolkowski, so go.
4 possessions there for 5 metres, and they've lost the advantage that they had.
So Rucks go at it. Lovell, good front position, knocks it forward 5. He's got Motto chasing his opponent, but first there was Oppie. Oppie's got to dance around and try to get some space, but he's smothered.
Marrow's letting him know about it as well.
Pass. And they're onto it now. Johns runs
it. Oh, it was Alexio, sorry.
Johns runs at Alexio and says, "You don't pick on my mates."
We got the drink boy over in the corner, just lying down, like he was like he's sunbaking on the side of the crowd.
Well, the 2 Alexios actually did play at Vermont originally, and then they went to Croydon and now have come to Mitcham.
Quick go Barton Smith gets it forward. Mark in defence, dropped by Ross. Ross has to go again. He's helped by the umpire with an over-the-shoulder.
Free kick against Marrow.
He was endeavouring hard there. He tried to make up for his drop mark, and he gets some relief in taking a free kick at fullback.
So Ross just pokes it to Wilcox. We'll do it in little pieces here. 28 minutes tick over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Vermont will just be happy to just hold this one up as Burke comes out, and the ball just landed flat on his chest in the end. So they still have a chance here to go forward one more time as the kick goes up towards the 45. It might work out favourably for the Tigers here. Nicholas went in, got the handball away, somehow got rid of it. It might not have been legal, but the umpire said play on. Motta, his kick was an absolute scrambler. I don't know how that went 15 metres, but anyway, every bit of about 6. They're not playing that in the AFL at the moment, even if it goes 20 metres. The kick in the middle. Here's McCafferty. He'll waste no time. McCafferty goes inside 450. That's a shocker. An absolute shocker straight down the throat there of Baldwin. Just needed to wait a little bit longer because they had a couple of players as available. Vermont, they did in their forward arc, and now it'll be Mitcham to go out wide. De Vallen takes it right in front of the grandstand. The purple haze of the Vermont dugout.
Tempo footy, you reckon it's nearly time?
Got to be almost time as Vallen drives the ball up towards the half-forward line. Pack forms over the back. They've got the numbers at the fall. A little knock-on, nicely done there. Townsend gets it to Motta. Motta goes towards the Marrow direction. Can he keep it alive? He cannot. Valuable point, because they're all valuable at this stage in the game. And
well done by Calder there.
Yep.
That was well done.
Mitcham well on top in the inside 50s this third quarter, 17-10, and they lead the clearances 10-8.
19-point margin as Vermont bring the ball back in. Wiedemann takes the mark. Is this yellow jumper their away strip for the whole year, or is it a clash strip?
I think it's a clash strip.
Boundary.
Let's go to Chris Curtis.
Just something I've noticed, boys. I think that point or that behind only went up on the scoreboard to the left of the screen, so I think the one on the right's a behind.
Okay. You will get that confirmed.
A behind.
Ours shows 73-54.
Behind, one behind.
Lee's never wrong.
Long ball, Mark in defence, well done.
No comment from anyone.
We'll back
I pressed
him
the
up.
wrong button.
We'll back him up.
Katie's not here to chime in.
Give her 3 seconds.
So 3 marks in the defensive 50 from one half back to the other. Mitcham are
They're ready for
controlling.
three-quarter time.
They are. They lead by 19. And this is a long ball. Nice little grab. Late to the party, but he brought the drinks with him. Townsend took the mark, and he'll play on because he's called to. And he go long down the line. Motta's in good position. He won't get spoiled, but he doesn't. He spooks himself in the end. Drop the ball down to Uren. Uren gets the three-quarter time, and it is Mitcham holding up beautifully in this round 1 encounter. Welcome back to the Premier Division. Mitcham leading 10-13-73. Vermont 8-6-54. It's three-quarter time, but Vermont have got the wind advantage one more time.
And they trail by 19 points. Mitcham have been leading from go to woe so far. Major goal kickers on the ground. Marrow has 3 after kicking 2 in that term, 2 to Kratopoulos, while Sam Wiedemann has 3, 2 goals to Zach Tyson. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast this afternoon. We're streaming live right around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 3 down, 1 to go. Which way will it go? Only time will tell. Stay with us.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out to Walker Park, the home of the Eastern Football Netball League. It's Premier Division football at its best today. Standalone game, the Mitcham Tigers up in 2025 into the Premier Division for the first time in 19 years, and they're taking on Vermont today, and they've led it every single change, and at three-quarter time it is a 19-point lead, 10-13, 73 to 8-6, 54. Well, only the number one tipster in the EFNL, which is Paul Uconi, tipped this one so far. I don't know how you did it, Paul, but how do you think they might go in the final term?
Yeah, no, I think Mitcham. I thought Mitcham should be 3 goals. They should be more. They should be about 6 goals up with the goals they've left in the shed. But no, I feel that they've got to get the first 2 or 3 goals to really put this one away.
Were there any telling stats from that third quarter that stood out that you want to share?
Yeah, the inside 50s are well in control. Were Mitcham. They lead that. They were 17-10 inside 50s that quarter. They smashed them inside 50s for the whole game, 48-33 in the clearances as well. 27-21 Mitcham's way.
Well, it's going to be an interesting final term because we know that there is a pretty decent breeze going the way of the Maroondah Highway end, which Vermont will be kicking with. Do they have a chance, Brian Long? We know that they're such a great club, so you'd expect them to give a real big shout.
19 points to margin. With a breeze, it's probably worth 3 or 4 goals. They are certainly in this game, but they cannot afford to give away the first 1 or 2 down the other way and really start to blow this game out. But let's go down to Chris Curtis because I believe he's got a coach with him.
Yes, we've got Coach Matt Adolph here down with me, boys. Matt, talk about momentum swings. This game's been all which way. Have you seen it so far?
Oh, mate, we know that Mitcham's a good side and they're going to bring their energy and intent early. They've been able to sustain that for 3 quarters and we haven't played anywhere near our best, but hopefully this last 30 minutes we can show what we've got.
Yeah, what was the message to the boys at three-quarter time? How do you get this game back on your terms?
I think we've just got to intent, energy and our attitude. That's what it is. I mean, all that goes out the window a little bit. We're just going to go man v man and you just got to beat your opponent. It's pretty simple.
No worries. Best of luck. Thank you.
Thanks very much to Chris Curtis, boundary side. We've seen the coach of the Vermont side, Matt Adolph, and they'll be nervous down there. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And the man who needed to just go and compose himself, suck in a few big ones, was Wayne Brasher. Saw him talking to a few fans. We'll come back to him because we've got Josh Ward, who's over at a monstrous three-quarter time huddle for the Mitcham Football Club. What did Neil have to say, mate?
Well, somehow I managed to sneak in and get pretty close to Neil, but just to continue to bring the pressure for the forwards to just roll up as much as possible. Tom Lovell's going to play that loose man behind the ball, make it a rugby scrum, keep getting stoppage after stoppage, kicking against the breeze. And as on that point of Tom Lovell, Neil Winterton singled him out to stay in front of Sam Wiedemann and play that man in the hole.
Great stuff there, Josh Ward and Chris Curtis at three-quarter time. Wayne Brasher talking with some of the Vermont brethren at three-quarter time. What's your thoughts?
Look, I think The goal that Tyson Calder stopped in the last gasp minutes of that quarter probably still have given Vermont a lifeline. But that being said, I think Wale Buxton will really need to take over in the ruck and start trying to hit the ball to the Vermont runners, because if he doesn't, Mitcham are ready to pounce, and I think Vermont need to really tighten up their disposal when they move into their forward 50 and start kicking the ball a lot more directly. Otherwise, if they get caught on the flanks, they're playing right into Mitcham's hand.
Yeah, I agree. Mitcham been hunting in numbers too. Their pressure around every contest and at the stoppage.
Their pressure in their forward 50, their forward 56, they've attacked the contest all day.
Seen he's set for an epic final term. Here's Gav Casey.
Bucks go at it. Buxton wins the tap. Ground level picked off by Mitcham, and it'll be quickly held in as Alexio couldn't get free of his opponent. So second ball up in the centre, Walker Park. 19-point advantage to the home side. New boys in the division. Mitcham leading Vermont by 19. And it's Mitcham going inside again. Townsend tries to position himself. Wilcox runs with the fighter ball, eventually picks it up, hands it to Davies. He's quick kicks around the corner, doesn't get much, but it gets out of a bit of congestion as Skew's got some help. Now it gets over to Emery with one more hand pass. So he runs away at halfback, finds a bullet pass in the middle. Kolkowski's got it, looks at options, got someone at centre forward to run on with it. Now they're loading up, long ball in good position. Fly goes at it, Burke couldn't claim the mark. Bounces up with the ball, hands it off to Smith. Smith can't keep it in, and it's out of bounds, right hand pocket.
Thought he almost had that.
Yeah, more. Yeah, it was just when he fell.
Yeah.
He never claimed it, I suppose.
You're right though. That was a lot more direct. That's the forward 50 entries they want.
Push in the ruck contest goes unpenalised this time. Uren can't kick it off the ground. Might get the hand pass received. One's away from the congestion. Now kicks it to the wing. Beautifully positioned
Nice.
is Burzes. Got Wilcox underneath the ball. Now he's got a left hand pass to Uren. Uren just not being used, so that's been absorbed. So Burzes on the wing. Goes short. Props a kick. Couldn't get to Alexio. Defenders do well. Johns at half back. Long ball down the line. Suits the Tigers. Push off in the contest. No free kick against. Vassas can't get him on the ball. Bumps his opponent. Takes the ball with him, but he's still tackled by that guy he bumped off before, being Maguire.
Boundary.
Maguire hangs in there tough, and it's going to be a ball up. Half forward for Vermont. Going to the scoring end. Maroondah Highway end. It's about a 3-goal wind advantage. It need to be, as a 19-point deficit needs to be overcome by Vermont. Rucks go at it. Ball comes out to Kolkowski. He puts himself under pressure on his non-preferred left, and it's not a
So wasted.
It was only a little kick because he only had a weaker foot, and it's been chopped off by Mitcham.
So 2 minutes into the final term. Still a 19-point margin. Way of Mitcham. Going to take everything they've got to hold them off here. Wilcox over the back there, little handball. Here's Purzes. He's disappointing since that first term. Purzes coughed it up nastily as Spencer overran the ball, but now the Tigers have the numbers. Inside forward 50, Marrow. He has some space. It's going to sit up for him. Can Lucas be the star? Can Lucas be the star? He cannot. He curled it enough, but just not enough. That doesn't even make sense.
Boundary.
Curl it enough. Let's cross down boundary side.
And that's something Neil Winterton will be pretty happy with, just that getting it into open spaces. He highlighted that some balls haven't bounced in their favour, as it has been the case for Lucas Marrow-O'Dane. And yes, he didn't kick the goal there, but that's something that could take a lot out of how they're heading for the rest of the quarter.
One thing about Lucas Marrow, I think he's going to create a lot of headaches for a lot of defences this year.
He's got the leg speed, doesn't he? I didn't realise just how quick he was.
John, champion midfielder at full back. Long ball, 70 metres in the end. It's been marked by Burke. Thiessen again, centre of the circle. He wasn't given the mark. You have to mark it for a minute, apparently. So it's now turnover ball, and it's propped up for Persis. He could have marked it if he tapped it to himself 3 times. Anyway, ground level ball for the Tigers, going goalwards. Spelled mark, but no penalty against the drop mark of Askew, and it goes through your fingers for a point. And we all saw it, umpire.
Hang on, something's happening here, or is it?
What is he saying? That it's deliberately conceded a point under no pressure?
Boys, I think they were just quickly checking if the touch actually ended up coming off the leg.
They just needed a little bit of confirmation between the two.
It's more than confirmation. It was pretty obvious. It was touched off. Anyway, it's a point. And it's the correct decision.
21 points is the margin, and a thumping kick there by Johns. They've got the numbers. Thiessen I should say.
Free kick.
been corrected.
Well, that was
gave a push away.
That was definitely a free kick. I'll give him that one.
And Glossop, who's had more senior games on the park than any other player today.
This is just real inexperience by the Vermont players. Some of these young players.
Wasting no time either, Glossop, as he thumps the ball inside forward 50 at the fall of the ball. Crampton was there. It goes out towards the 45, linking up nicely there. Banfield got it away. Now up towards the half-forward line, bouncing football. It might sit up here for Vassas. He darts around, looping handball over. Kalkoski's under a lot of pressure. Got it back. Wiedemann on the left. Wiedemann on the left! You little beauty! He slammed it around. That's his fourth from 45 on the left, if you do not mind. If that's not going to lift your team, nothing will. Bang goes Vermont,
Boundary.
and they decrease the lead back to 15 points. That's crossed down boundary side to Chris.
One thing Matt Adolf touched on at three-quarter time was three intangibles, boys: communication, discipline, and physicality. And so far, with all these 25-metre penalties they're giving away, it can only be harming their chances of a comeback here, Vermont.
Goal the day contender there. That was sensational.
He just made something out of nothing there, Sam Wiedemann. Really, he's kicked the ball, and it's really... It had a lot of penetration on it, BWS.
Yeah.
It didn't look like it was going to deviate.
I like what Vassas and Kolkoski, they seem to be getting the confidence up. They just a little hand pass. Kolkoski could have hurried his kick, and he would have in the first three quarters, but that time he passed a hand pass back over his shoulder to Wiedemann. Wiedemann with time and space, only if it's a little, still can get the goal. Ruck contest one. Johns left it behind in the tackle. He was being held without it.
25.
And the kick was way after the decision was given. So that's a 25 that'll advance
Have
Johns
a shot here.
from centre circle to kicking beyond 50.
And I've noticed they've put Tyson into the ruck, number 15. Tyson's gone into the ruck. Just probably provide a little bit more leap and jump.
Well, I'm not confident that Johns has got the legs when he's doing the bicycle exercise before the kick.
Well, he's been kicking it from the centre of the ground.
I'm going to back him in.
All right, I'm going against you. Long kick from 50. He's got the journey, but with the extra leg, he's pushed it to the right and a minor score. So it's 10-15, 75. Mitcham still lead by 14. Vermont 9-7, 61. Distance was in doubt. It was just the accuracy.
Correct. It is a 40. They do list it as a 45 here at the ground. Probably closer to 40, I reckon.
Maguire, risky kick, but it found Carter. Just inside that 45 arc. Short passes on for Baldwin if he wants in. He's going to elect to go longer down the line. And the kick goes up towards the big flyer there in Barnes, who couldn't quite pull it down. Uren was there. Strong tackle on him, laid by Kane Emery, and we'll have the ball up.
Mitcham have got to keep attacking. They can't afford to go in their shell here.
Correct.
14 points is the margin. Baglava out of the ruck contest, slams it on his boot. We've seen him do that a number of times today. Ball somehow stays alive. Here's Ross, did really well, but it was chopped off there by Persis. Ross goes after it again over the top of him. Townsend is going to get rewarded here. Ross just sat on it.
Yeah,
Let it go, Brush. 14 points is the margin. As it comes in now, Townsend kicks it to the hot spot. Matty Wilcox is there over the back. Marrow around the body! That's the answer you want. The Tiger faithful go up. Marrow kicks his fourth. It's goal for goal between Marrow and Wiedemann out here today, as the Tiger Army go up as one, and they get that handy buffer back, don't they? 20 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 8-minute mark of this final term in the standalone Premier Division. Match of the day, 81 plays 61.
One of the most dangerous forwards, and kept his feet where Joshua Davies went to ground, and as soon as that happened, he had it all to himself, and he's been able to finish in front of goal quite nicely today.
There's a correlation with Wiedemann and Marrow. 1 apiece in the second, 2 apiece in the third. Now they're matching each other in the fourth. Here's Emery bursting out of the middle, down to Maroondah Highway. Here's the turn of Wiedemann. Goes over the top of his hands. Still in, is it? No, not in the hands of Barlow, because he took the ball out before trying to hold it in, and it's going to be a ball in 20 metres from goals. Wiedemann is the focus for Vermont.
Major, the worry for Vermont is that if Wiedemann's the yardstick, they haven't got much else supporting him at the moment.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Fraser Smith all day. Thiessen has done well at times. Burke has done some cameos. High up and under, goes to the goal square. Defence holds up beautifully again.
Good mark.
And it's a mark taken by... This time
Lovell.
It's Lovell in defence. Seeing him take a last line defence mark is good.
The inside, sorry, Gav. The inside 50s this quarter are 5 apiece.
Baglivar goes up
That's
and
a
takes it
great
on the second bite. In front of Dixon. Short passes on to Motter if he wants him.
Safety first.
Yeah, he's going to wind up. Dump it down towards the Townsend direction. Who's going to be the flyer over the back there was Ross. Got a fist on it. Johns came charging through. Handball was good. McCafferty poked it to the pocket. Will it sit up okay? It will not. Kalkowski was there waiting for it and it bounced away from him.
My worry for the Eagles is that they'll think time's against them and they'll rush every play.
Yeah, well, it's what is it? 10 minutes into this final term.
They've got plenty of time.
Correct. Only 20 points.
And they got the breeze as well.
They need to make the most of opportunities as it comes out. Alexio overran the football. Good tackle there by Motta. We'll have the ball up on the 45-metre arc.
But the only problem is, with all you've just said, Vermont are not playing like winners.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
But nervous energy could take Mitcham. You know, if they got within 2 goals with 4 minutes to go, you never know.
Little Topo came out. Purser's got the handball away. Here's Alexio linked up wide. Now the Tigers a chance to go inside forward 50 over the top of Marrow's head. He had Davies right on his hammer. They'll be happy with that. It's gone the length of the field and over the boundary line and out of bounds.
We need to school Brash in commentary, keep the game alive sort of calls. You know, keep the excitement in. If there's time, they're good enough.
Well, how many times did Brett ride a side off yesterday?
Yeah, but
it's about 4 lead changes.
By throws it in now. Nice little tap there by Thiessen, but the kick was smothered. They'll get out through a series of handballs. Eventually the arms of Johns, whose handball missed the target. Overrunning it was Greenwood. Inside ball 50, marks be taken. Oh, it was well done there by Barnes, and Donahue found the space for him. And he runs in and takes a mark only 40 metres out from goal as we cross down boundary side to Chris.
Talk about reward for effort, boys. It was Nat Barnes there who got the smother to stop the kick going out initially and then took the mark. But, you know, can still see he's favouring that right arm just a touch.
So Nathaniel Barnes.
They kicked this, and I think they're home, Mitcham, here. I really do. I think they're playing like winners.
Biggest kick of the afternoon. He comes in and it is going to the left-hand side. Looked in for most of the way and then drifted late. Keeping the door ajar.
2 set shot misses for Barnes in the second half.
Slightly.
Margin is 21 points.
So that keeps the dream alive for the Eagles. Long kick out by Dixon. Goes to the centre circle. Putting himself in position. Was the Vermont centre forward, but they're really under a hot heap of pressure, and there's an early whistle, and it's off the ball for holding the man, and Vermont get it through Calder. Quick to hand pass it off to the runner, and McCafferty gets it spearing in. Emery just spills it. He was running with the flight of the ball away from goals, and he got hit in the head as he tried to make good of his spilled mark, and it was incidental, it seemed, but it's a free kick anyway in the eyes of the umpire, and it'll be a shot at goal for Emery from 40 metres out.
Must kick here, must kick goal here for Vermont. Emery must put this one through.
21-point margin at the moment. 11-16-82 Mitcham. Vermont 9-7-61 with a pulse if this goes through the middle. It's a driving ball, and the goal umpire will signal a goal for Emery, and it is now back to a 15-point game. 12, nearly 13 minutes gone, final term. There's still time for a turnaround.
Just makes you wonder how costly that miss of Barnes is there.
Correct.
Could that be a key moment in the game?
They've had 10 more scoring shots than Vermont, but the margin, as it sits, is just 15 points. So this game potentially could have been over. They could have probably put them away with some of those set shots, but
yeah, it's just one of those things. If you don't take your chances, but still plenty of time left.
Back to 15 points, ball in the middle, and this time it was knocked down by Baglivar. Came out on hands and knees there was Barnes, couldn't release the football, eventually did. Charging him through was Alexio. Well done there by Buxton, the big man. Oh, he sold a little bit of candy. Then he put his teammate Greenwood in a lot of pressure. We've got the handball away. Back to McCafferty. He coughed it up. The Tigers are going forward now. Series of handballs. Alexio got the handball over the top. Here's Persis. They go to the top of the goal square. This is Donahue. DeMarrow! He's just so tricky, Dicky, isn't he? He knows how to read the play and where the ball's going to go.
Does he smell? Because no one's near him.
The amount of space he's had, incredible.
Well, Lucas Marrow, 15-point margin. You can write this one back down as 21. Comes in now, drop puck, go for a goal.
Wow.
The Tigers answer. That's his 5th. What a sensational game he's played, and you can only think now that Wiedemann's going to take the next mark and kick his 5th goal, because every time one of them does it, the other one matches it. Margin back out to 21 points.
Well, they're answering every challenge that Vermont have thrown at them all afternoon, and especially in this last quarter. 28 scoring shots to 17. Once again, Vermont had a gilt-edged opportunity to take that centre clearance, and they fluffed their lines again with a poor disposal, and it got turned over, and you paid the penalty.
Buxton wins the tap backwards. Johns tries to get it. He can't. It's a lot of pressure on. And there'll be another holding the ball decision. This time it'll go the way of Vermont, who will try to go quickly. Vassos hands it off to rushed. McCafferty was there, though, to put the ball on boot, and he puts it over the head of Calder, and this is very untidy.
Ugh.
And it's very un-Eagles-like, you would say.
It's ugly. It's just ugly football from Vermont. This is a poorer game I've seen disposal-wise from them in a long while.
Teams only rush when they're being rushed. Good teams, I mean, and Vermont are a good side, but they've rushed a lot of kicks, a lot of errors. Now they get it out of the pack. Calder might make good with the spearing ball into Wiedemann.
BWS, you telegraphed it, and he'll probably kick it. And he's probably single-handedly kept Vermont in the contest this afternoon.
He's not mucking around here. 40 metres out, 40-degree angle, left pocket. If he kicks his 5th, it's back to a 15-point margin. We're 16 minutes gone, final term. Is there a pulse for the Eagles? If Wiedemann's got anything to say about it, yes, there is. Number 5.
What a kick that was. Wow. Just a beautiful kick. On that side of the ground, with the breeze taking it across the face, it had to be perfect, and it was just superb.
If you said at the start of the day that Wiedemann's kicked 5, Brash, you would imagine Vermont would be pretty happy with that and expect a win. So
5 out of 12.
He's certainly made a statement in his first game in Eagles colours.
He's done everything that's been asked of him, I think, Sam Wiedemann.
Can they get back-to-back goals? The ball's back in the middle of the ground now. The knockout by Buxton got it to Johns, who knocked it away. The Tigers have the numbers. The kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Dixon's going to be underneath this one, though, for Vermont. He wastes no time. He switches it out to the run here of Banfield, who has some space. He could go on with it. Instead, he decides to go short. The mark's being taken by Noah Burke. Umpires come in. There's been a knock by Townsend, and he's been carded.
Boundary.
Cross down boundary side to Josh Ward.
He gave one to James Ross before, to Jai Townsend, and he's gotten a yellow card, as you guys might have just seen.
So very undisciplined play, and you've got Noah Burke asking for a 25-metre penalty to boot with this one as well, and he's going to get it. Not so sure that makes sense to me, but anyway.
Put it this way, I'm as confused and bamboozled like everyone else.
So we're right behind him here. Noah Burke comes in now. He's going to start it left. He's going to work it back. It's going to just fall short. It stays alive, but eventually knocked through for a rush behind, and a little bit of how do you do behind it. You can almost read the lips out there with the fantastic camera work from Megan Green from LKLM Media, the best in the business when it comes to broadcasting.
It's a free kick against Barlow in the end, I think. I think Barlow is amongst it. At least that was where the attention was going for Mitcham. And the conceded point is not a conceded point now. It's a free kick to the Tigers. So they lead by 15. The clock is to their advantage, but the wind is at the back of Vermont. They bounce it towards Kolkowski, nicely chopped off by the Tigers defence, but Wilcox is there to mark it at centre forward. He wants to play on quickly. He looks at options.
They need to show a bit of composure here, Gav.
Long ball in. He's hoping for Wiedemann. Where is he? It's another flyer! It's another flyer, and Burke. Wiedemann was underneath it. He was as high as you could get, and Burke just said, no, I'm going.
It was like Wi-Fi. There were 3 different levels. Bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, so that was 4G into 5G with Burke.
Great mark.
It was Starlink at the back, actually.
So Burke, he's had 2 misses in the second term, so if he can put this through, it is game on. Whatever can be said about Vermont and their entries inside 50s, they're now within 2 goals, and they've got plenty of time. It is a 9-point game. Mitcham shaky on 12-16-88. Vermont coming 12-7, 79, 19 minutes gone last term.
Again, Brash, you go back to that Nat Barnes set shot. Would have put them 28 points up. Misses that. Vermont get the quick response.
It's almost a little bit of a mirror image of the game we had yesterday, isn't it?
Very similar. So they've started to get a bit more on top of these centre clearances as well. But Mitcham have had the response each time. So let's see what the Tigers can do here.
If Vermont can get the other goal, then we'll see how Mitcham react. I think that's going to be the most interesting thing.
Up for a nail-biting finish here. Buxton got it knocked down into Barton Smith's breadbasket, who was quickly wrapped up, and we'll restart it here in the middle of Walker Park. Hope you're enjoying today's broadcast, streaming live on Facebook and YouTube around the globe. Premier Division football at its best. Ducking the head that time was Kritopoulos. The umpire said that he ducked into that tackle, so not rewarded. So we'll restart it once again. It's just poked a little bit forward for the Tigers. Up towards centre half forward now. Johns at the fall of ball. He's been very big in this last quarter, Johns, as it kicks it up towards centre half forward. Once again, Burke taking another ripping mark, and he might just be able to go back and have a kick in here. I think he wants to back himself. I think he almost should. He's going to go wide, though. It was a risky kick, but it's okay because when Sam Wiedemann's out in front demanding the football, you kick it to Sam Wiedemann.
Absolutely. The leading from him has been fantastic, and that's what you expect when he comes into obviously a club after playing a lot of AFL. You know you're going to get what you're going to get with Wiedemann.
So currently the margin is 9 points to get Vermont back to within 3 points. He comes in now. We're right behind him. He makes no mistake. He never was going to make any mistake. Vermont are back to within a kick. 21 minutes tick over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Wiedemann has 6 and the Eagles are flying.
Well, really, it's probably Vermont's best period of play the last 10 minutes. And it's taken them 10 minutes into the last quarter to wake up from their slumber. And they really are putting the acid on Mitcham. I'm really excited about the last 5 minutes because I reckon it's going to be a ball burster.
Well,
I think Brash has found his voice now,
yeah,
Gav.
it took for Brash to write them off for them to get back in the game.
And they'll get it again. Greenwood from the middle. Sharks it. Goes towards Wiedemann. Two grabs. Got it. He's got it.
Wow.
And the purple and gold. They're up and about as they hug the boundary line here at Walker Park. They know when Wiedemann's in the area, it's danger time for the Tigers.
Oh, what a mark. Geez, we've had some good flyers today.
Oh, we absolutely have. Just kicking in his direction. He's going to get it.
This could be big. They were almost written off in this game earlier in the quarter. But
well, I wrote him off, Gav. Don't worry, I'm putting my hand up.
Sam Wiedemann missing.
Wow.
Missing.
I'd almost
a handy buffer.
Minor score as he misses to the right. He poked that instead of did what he had been doing previously, driving the ball straight through the line.
Boundary.
13-8-86. Vermont trailed by only 2 points. Mitcham 12 goals, 16-88, 22 and a half minutes. Yes, it is a good game on now.
The kick goes out towards the McCafferty direction. He was going to fly at the back. Nice mark taken there by Crampton. Let's go down boundary side quickly.
I heard such a collective groan of surprise when that one went wide, boys.
Chris Curtis, boundary side. Baglava came over the top. It's going to be a free kick against Banfield, though. And it's going the way of DeValin. So DeValin, they can't try and suck up the clock here, the Tigers. They have to keep attacking as the kick goes inside 50 or thereabouts. Was that a push in the back? No, the umpires paid it. Donahue, huge fly. It's happened at the other end. Anything you can do, I can do better. Even if he can't make the distance here, he's going to suck up every bit of 30 seconds.
He's been a young...
that's a good mark.
Yeah, it is. VFL listed. This guy's going to be a star.
Donahue. Yet to kick a goal today. He'll come in now on the left. He gets underneath it. It's going to go right to the hot spot. Wilcox in the front spot. Matty Wilcox, the poise and the experience of a champion, kicks it out. It was knocked away, but it was stolen there by Calder. A little handball over the top. This is going to work out okay. Banfield rings around on the right boot up towards the wing position. Couldn't hit a target. Charging through was Gill. He got dispossessed of the ball. Good tackle there by Tyson Calder. The umpire says, give it to me, boys. Crampton hands it back to him. We've got a ball game on our hands, 24 minutes. on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's a 2-point margin. Baglava takes it out. Buxton brings him to ground. Two dinosaurs wrestling for it, hitting the deck. You heard the thud. And we'll go at it again. Far side of Walker Park. 5 minutes left in this game or thereabouts. Quick kick there by Johns out of the pack up towards the half-forward line. Still trailing by 2 points. The Eagles diving down low there was Barlow. He couldn't quite trap it over the boundary line. She goes and over as we cross boundary side.
I know it's 2 points to the margin, but we've already had one draw for a match of the round this week. Could we have another?
No.
Special comments by Wayne Brasher. Written and authorised. As he's now, Wiedemann leads himself up to the ball, but it's not a marking attempt, and he's been tackled to the ground.
If Mitcham get the next score, they win. If Vermont get the next goal, they probably still need another goal.
Baglava taps it out from the ruck contest out of defensive 45. It's a scrap for the ball. Corder flapped at the ball. It's in there for Lexio. He hand passes through the ruck, and Uren takes it, puts it to half forward. Marrow's behind, but he tackles, run-down tackle, and that's going to be holding the ball.
It is.
It's always forward. The Tigers had numbers running forward, but Marrow's decided to calm it down.
That's right.
He needs to be down there himself.
Long, high, he's just hoping for a mark. Under it is Kotopoulos, but Wilcox again. Strength in positioning, but the last kick was a dodgy one, and now it's a short pass across ground to Boundfield. Boundfield runs inside his opponent, now goes long down the line. Caulfield under a heap of pressure, has to stand up. Only Barlow's to stand up. He's got Wiedemann in the 50 by himself, bounces the ball, boundary, puts it on the deck. It's a goal! That's a goal! Wiedemann, he couldn't put it through on the air. He put it on the ground and he let it dribble through from the acutest of angles. And would you believe it? Vermont are in front.
Goal of the year.
I don't believe that.
Put that on your highlight reel. What a call by Gav Casey. What a finish by Vermont. That is just as good as it gets. But how good has Matty Wilcox been in the last few forays going forward for Mitcham? He's been standing strong and being the general back there.
Two big pack marks, and then Kai Barlow on the wing was the only one who was able to keep his feet, maintain possession of the football, and just kicked it into space right in front of Wiedemann and let him do the rest. And that is one hell of a finish. That's a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender.
Yeah, 7 big ones for the big full forward. As the ball in the middle now, they lead by 4 points. Does Mitcham have, what do they have left? Do they have it?
Well, they've got a minute, really. Minute and a half, too.
They're right next to the timekeepers.
That's Brash putting his headset down. He's going for the clock.
As it comes in now, kick forward now for Mitcham, inside forward 50. It bounced over all players' heads. It comes out towards the Ross direction. He got it dispossessed. Dixon got it away. Picked up there by Askew on the left boot, out towards the wing position. They dropped what they should have taken there in Crampton. Greenwood got the handball over to Johns, who leaks it over to Kalkoski. Kalkoski back to Greenwood. Greenwood on the left boot, drives the ball. Where's Wiedemann? He could have taken the mark. He didn't need to anyway. They're going to run into an open goal. Barlow steals it. What a last 10 minutes from the Vermont Football Club. The crowd goes up as one. They've kicked 5 goals in a row and they are romping home at the moment. What a finish out here at Walker Park today.
Boundary.
You just can't script this. How do you script this? You can't.
Let's go boundary side.
We're going to need a new footy because Kai Barlow has kicked that onto the Maroondah Highway.
Minute to go?
About a minute and a bit to go. Because they'll turn obviously the clock will be off whilst they find another football.
Well, Mitcham put all their efforts into the tackle. The tackle wasn't rewarded with holding the ball. It spilled out, and the calmness of Johns, Kolkoski, Greenwood, they were overlapping so much that Mitcham was spent behind them. And once Wiedemann got his hands on it, it was game over. Runners beside him, they raffled it. Barlow had the winning ticket, and that is the winning goal for Vermont.
It's been a tough afternoon for Zach Elms, obviously playing on Wiedemann, but there's not much you can do. I mean, his leading has been exceptional. He's obviously an AFL player, so very hard to stop.
Final minute, we've been told.
Well, we'd love to see Mitcham go straight down the middle, but it's an 8-10 margin, but they do get out of the middle. Bouncing ball over the shoulder, runs on, does Crampton, glows up a long ball. It's a miss. It's a miss of all scoring. And there's the Vermont supporters. They're tapping the fence, and I can see the coaching staff, Matty Adolf and his team, his coaching team, they're patting each other on the back. They know there's less than a minute to go. They lead by 10, and they were down by, it seemed like too much.
21 points when Barnes missed that goal.
Wilcox has been immense. Long kick out, long ball, big flyer. Mitcham need a turnover ball as quick as possible, but it's in the hands of Kolkoski. Puts it on the boot. He's just hoping for time to evaporate and it to go out of bounds, not on the full. So it's a free kick to Mitcham. 29 and a half minutes. They trail with 2 goals needed. Long ball to 60 metres out. No mark taken. Ground level ball. Tigers are scrapping. Uren's thereabouts, but it's calmly taken by Johns. Handed over his teammate. Calder runs onto it. He spills a hand pass. It's a throw because he was tackled as he let it go. And Askew will have to hand it over as Alexio tries to drive it forward. A long ball for the Mitcham Tigers. Can't take the mark inside 45. Time will beat them, I think, and another throw will beat them this time in the contest. And it's a free kick to the Eagles. And they had their wings clipped for most of this game, but somehow they've flown late and taken the win.
Boundary.
It's crossed down boundary side to Josh Ward.
Unfortunately for Vermont, it might end on a sour note. Liam Buxton limping onto the bench now.
I think he'll be okay. He looks a little bit proppy, but as the siren sound, what a come from behind victory it was from the Vermont Football Club. It was Mitcham who led it at quarter time, half time, 3/4 time. They were up by 21 points, more than halfway through the final term, and the Vermont Eagles, as they have done so long in their rich history, they never say die attitude, and they found a way to win, Wayne Brasher.
Unbelievable, really. Mitcham can, look, I feel sorry for them because they probably played the perfect game for three quarters and 15 minutes, and then obviously, look, Vermont, they might have hit panic mode and thought we've got to do something here, and they've just flicked the switch, and look.
They were kept in the game by set shot misses in the third term.
There was probably 5 set shots that Mitcham missed in that third and fourth quarters overall that did cost them. But gee, look, Mitcham, they can hang their head high. They're going to cause a lot of issues this year for a lot of sides.
Yeah, I thought they were probably the better side for the majority of the day.
They were.
They just couldn't put them away, and potentially in Division 1, that's a game that they end up winning. But when you're playing against these Premier sides like a Vermont, you've got to make the most of your opportunities, and they just didn't capitalise.
If you don't put them away, right, it comes back to haunt you.
Correct.
And they didn't have a Wiedemann.
No. Well, look at the names.
6 goals in the second half.
Yeah, incredible. And I mean, you look on this paper for this Mitcham side, 8 or 9 of these players did not play in that premiership side last year. It is a young side. It's a very new side going into Premier Division, which is tough. So I think that's why a lot of us were expecting Vermont to really come away with a big win. So they will certainly take a lot out of this, keep their heads held high.
That goal that Wiedemann kicked right from the boundary, they're heartbreakers. They really not take the stuffing out of you, when you've led all day, Gav.
I'll tell you what the fire starter was, and we didn't get up for it enough. That 45-metre snap around his shoulder when the hand pass came to him, and he took one step, banged it in. That goal from, I think we're saying that got him back to 15.
Yep.
And I think that gave him confidence. He seems to me a confidence player.
Yeah,
if he's not confident, he'll fumble it, he won't touch it, he'll be gone. But as soon as that ball went through, you could see like Johns and Greenwood and everyone's gone, well, if we get it to him, he's going to finish it.
Well, Johns was huge in that last quarter.
And he's down boundary side as well with Chris Curtis, and we're just waiting for Josh Ward to probably
boundary.
Grab Sam
Yeah, we're trying to wrangle the.
That's all right. We'll cross down to Chris because he's actually got Lockie Johns.
Yeah,
so
he's got.
Down to you, mate.
Yes, boys, I'm here with Lockie Johns. Lockie, I mean, if you talk about momentous swings in that game, it was an absolutely brilliant watch. How did you see it from on the pitch?
We probably started off really well, I guess, in the first 10 minutes, which we were really happy about. We set ourselves for that during the week, and then probably let them just get on top of us through the middle of that game there, which was a little bit disappointing, but we knew we'd done the work in the pre-season and we just needed to keep at it, and I think having someone like Sam Wiedemann in your team, that's all that matters really there.
And you mentioned that, obviously Mitcham had their moments. There was time where you were tested throughout the entirety of the game, even in that fourth quarter. I think at some point you trailed by 21. What did it take to get the boys together and get over the line with that result?
We just had a lot of belief. We said at 3/4 time, with no way is this done, and I think even in that last quarter, they still had a bit of the momentum at the start of the quarter, but we managed to wrestle it back and just, never gave in. We had a pretty slow start the last couple of years, and we wanted to make sure that didn't happen again this year. So it's a bloody good effort for the boys.
Excellent, mate. Congratulations. Well done.
Thanks,
Fantastic stuff there.
Boundary.
Chris Curtis with Lockie Johns, and as we turn our attention down, just get Sam Wiedemann to face the grandstand as we cross down to Josh Ward.
Yeah, well, he has done that now. Sam, what a performance from yourself. You must be over the moon to get the job done out here at Walker Park.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. It was a great win. I mean, we were up against it. Mitcham are a really quality side, so that feels really good.
Must be good to pull on the brown, purple and gold again for the first time in senior colours as well.
It is, mate. Yeah, I've been looking forward to playing for Vermont again throughout for a long time, and there's such a good group of boys here. A lot of my close mates. So yeah, that's a special win, and I'm just loving my time.
And how about that goal on the boundary as well? You must have been pretty happy to have gotten that one.
I got a bit carried away with the celebration, but no, it was really good. I just wanted to own my moments and try and just get control of the game and just try and own the footy. So no, it was good. I'm very pleased that went through.
Yeah, and you were saying before off air, just the side was going slow. What changed during that final quarter for the side?
Yeah, I just think we were really slow with the ball, and that's not the way we want to play. We want to try and run and carry and play some more attacking footy, which I feel like we did. We tried to hit the corridor and try and get some run and carry handball receives, and that worked for us. Got some quick entries, which is great.
Well, Sam, we better let you go. Congratulations on your performance and the victory as well, mate.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Great stuff there. Josh Ward with the star of the show, Sam Wiedemann today. 7 goals. A magnificent performance by him, and the couple of winners to get his side over the line, and a very happy man to be back wearing the purple and gold. And Wayne Brash has breathed a big sigh of relief in this box this afternoon. It's been a bit of a hot box up here, but it's been hot out on the footy field as well. We saw Mitcham just have the whole club basically going to the middle of the ground near Winterton, rallying the troops, getting around the boys. He'll be explaining about what an effort it was by them stepping up into the big time against a powerhouse side in Vermont. They'll learn a lot from this experience. But it's time to start saying goodbye out here at Walker Park, the home of the Eastern Football League, Eastern Football Netball League. They call it the MCG of the East, and it's been a magnificent afternoon out here, and we'll start thanking everybody involved in the broadcast, starting with Paul and Tony.
Boundary if you can.
Let's cross boundary side quickly.
I was going to say, I've got the song for you boys.
We'll play the song. You won't be able to get it there, mate. You can turn your mic off or come back up and say goodbye to us. Paul Yacconi, you almost picked your upset of the year, mate.
Yeah, it was. But no, look, great comeback by Vermont in the end. It was a really good game. But yeah, really good game again, guys.
Great stuff. And of course, Wayne Brasher been very busy all weekend after sitting back and watching it all unfold last week. Straight into the action. Great performance by you all weekend, mate.
Thank you very much. And if we were playing Monopoly, mate, Vermont got a get out of jail card free.
The old get out of jail free card. Thanks very much to our boundary riders this afternoon, to Josh Ward and Chris Curtis. If you can hear us, boys, you did a fantastic job down there.
Yes, boys, pleasure as always. And I have to say, with last week, or yesterday morning, I should say, in the women's match of the round being a draw, and now this, if we're going to keep doing this, I might need to get a pacemaker installed.
You're too young for that sort of stuff, mate, but me and Gav might be looking towards ones pretty soon. Ryan Long, the media manager of the Eastern Football Netball League. Another great weekend of football. Couple of cracking games picked magnificently by you.
Yes, very happy with the games. We've got all three the broadcast this weekend. Tight affairs, and great just to be around everyone, and thank you to all for your work again. And I know you'll mention him, but particularly with Lee and Megan. Lee keeps my sanity with everything he does, so a big thank you, Lee.
Oh, yeah.
He can barely.
I am really done for the weekend.
He's done. He's absolutely
We've had solar storms knocking our internet out at least 3 times, and server issues at home I had to go home for, and Megan's... Yeah, I don't know. I'm over it. Yeah. 2026, come on.
All right, you heard it here. Lee's over it. It's round 2. But yes, thanks very much to LKLM Media, Megan Green, the best in the business on the camera, and of course Kate and Lee behind the scenes. And of course, it wouldn't be a Sunday football game without the magnificent Gav Casey, and what a fantastic call he had today. There's certainly a few for the highlight reel that came out of your dulcet tones today, mate. Been a pleasure calling football with you again.
Joy for me to be with you. Fantastic. I enjoyed my day.
Yeah, and BWS, good luck to you, mate, on your on your travels, and
Yeah, good luck, BWS.
We'll see you.
I'll be back in a few weeks. I'm off to Hobart, but we're signing out here.
His Royal Highness, the Haranguer of Hobart.
I'll be back, don't you worry about that. But it's been a great weekend of local football. The best competition in the land, the Eastern Football Netball League. We hope your team won. But if they didn't, there's always next week. Stay tuned right throughout the week for all your EFNL action.